Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Hoskinson Health and Wellness Clinic in Gillette believes it can be the Mayo Clinic of the West. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean got an exclusive tour of the new facility, and she reports what sets this clinic apart is their mission statement. It's all about the patient.
It's a more personalized experience. They have different levels. There are lots of private procedures that insurance doesn't cover yet. They're quote unquote experimental, but the studies have shown good results. Like transcranial stimulation is an example. That's shown great efficacy for depression and things like that. I don't think I've ever been to a medical clinic where there are so many conversation starters everywhere you look. It's almost like it's a museum plus a hospital.
A spokesperson for the clinic tells Cowboy State Daily that, like most medical facilities, saving lives is their primary aim. They just want to do it in a much bigger way than most medical centers in the country. Hudson, Wyoming native Mike Dabich, a.k.a. Moose, remembers fondly crashing the boards in the NBA with basketball legends like Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Dabich credits growing up and playing with native kids to give him the skills to make it to the NBA.
He grows up playing on the Wind River reservations and learning to pass, learning to do the weave, that there are these skills by necessity that when you had outdoor courts on the reservation, it was a disadvantage to dribble because you might hit a rock or a rut. And so there was a style of play that really valued thinking a few steps ahead and doing quick think passes. He credited that with some of his skills he took into the pros.
Even though Dabich played in the NBA, traveling across the country and even playing in Europe, he came back to his hometown of Hudson, where he still lives today. More than 4 tons worth of giant pumpkins were weighed at the 2025 Wyoming State Championship Weigh-Off and Pumpkin Drop in Worland on Saturday. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that tonnage was hoisted 200 feet into the air and dropped, exploding in spectacular fashion.
The thing they don't prepare you for is the immense hollow boom when a 1,700-pound pumpkin is dropped from any height, let alone 200 feet, which is what happened at the Wyoming Weigh-Off and Pumpkin Drop in Worland. It was a big event. People from multiple states brought their pumpkins, watermelons, marrows, and zucchinis to get weighed. Then the coup de grace was when these massive pumpkins were weighed, lifted up in the air, and dropped on a swimming pool, an outhouse, which was the crown jewel of the whole event.
The Wyoming state record for a pumpkin was set by Andy and Amy Corbin in 2023. Their gourd weighed in at 2,062 pounds, and they grew it in Cheyenne. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay, and here for you.
Wyoming Attorney General James Jim Barrett carried a briefcase and overnight bag as he climbed into the state-owned Cessna 206. This was on Thursday, December 4th, 1969, at Cheyenne Regional Airport for what he thought was going to be a routine flight to Riverton. Well, Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports the flight was anything but ordinary.
And then his pilot starts dying and his body is thrashing. And so now he's fighting off the pilot and the plane dives down over Rollins. He landed in a 3-point landing in this field, not knowing anything about flying a plane. He landed the plane in 3 points. And then all of a sudden the left wheel hit a rock and it just flipped the whole plane over and probably saved his life.
Not only did Barrett miraculously survive and recover, he went on to be appointed as a judge on the federal appeals court for 40 years. For those who have noticed Wyoming's pronghorn, aka antelope, running wildly back and forth lately, they're not doing it for exercise. It's part of their mating ritual. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines says that during the mating season, bucks will gather up groups of does or harems and fiercely guard them.
If you ever watch it happen, it's not like how a sheepdog will round up sheep and keep them in one place. And it gets pretty intense because, of course, other bucks come in and they want to get the does too. Sometimes the bucks will tangle with each other and fight, sometimes to the point of injuring each other.
Now, Wyoming game and fish biologist and pronghorn aficionado Rich Gunzel says that ultimately the females are the ones who actually choose whom they mate with. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days. They haven't drank anything. They're cold. They're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud. Just absolutely mud.
You know, the country has been in prolonged drought for so long. It was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake as we kick it off on a Monday, October 6th. Special treat. We don't usually begin the show with a guest, but when you have a guest like this, when you have a chance to get Chook, you better get him. Don't mess around. First thing, we're going to go to Chook Johnson. He is the guy who invented or the guy behind the camera for a popular YouTube. I guess he's an influencer. He's also on the search for Bigfoot. You see his YouTube channel every Sunday. I'm sure you're tuning in. Chook's Outdoor Adventures. And he's usually on the tail of the elusive Bigfoot. Are we going to say Bigfoot, Yeti, or any of the above? Doesn't matter, Chook. And thanks for being on, by the way. You're not in the United States, I heard.
Sasquatch. Yeah, I'm in Thailand just because I live in Anchorage, Alaska, and it's so dark and depressing. I think it's worse than Wyoming. I really do. We don't have 4 seasons like you guys do.
Yeah, I heard. I have not been up that way, but I heard, you go through that time of year where you just don't see a whole lot of sun, any sun. More
up at the top, yeah.
What's more elusive in Alaska? Yeah, Sasquatch or the sun. Maybe we could figure it out. I watched, Chook, I watched a little bit of one of your episodes, and you can get techie, high tech. I watched you with some gizmos. You had a little electromagnetic reader. You had like this Geiger counter thing. Maybe I'm jumping ahead, but tell me. First, tell everybody about the channel. Those who have not subscribed, you're going to get a whole mess of subscribers here pretty soon. Tell our listeners what you're doing on YouTube. I
appreciate it. Well, I started off just doing my outdoor adventures. I do hunting and fishing. I started doing firearms reviews. And then I started doing the whole Bigfoot thing. So it's a whole mashup of all kinds of stuff. But you guys came up, or Cowboy State Daily, 2 years ago. I started doing this Friday bear attack news from bear country where I go over all the headlines of bear attacks.
Yeah.
And so my viewers send me in headlines, and it's usually Cowboy State Daily. I mean, you guys have been the majority of the headlines I get with, Montana and Wyoming. And I have a theory. The grizzly bears in the Wyoming area, Montana, they're way meaner than Alaska for the most part, especially because of the heat. I mean, think about it. If you've got a big fur jacket and it's like 95 out, that's why people have road rage in Los Angeles in the summer mainly. So
that's right.
These bears are mean down there. I mean, they're ripping people's scalps off, and it's just... it's brutal. The attacks down there in Yellowstone and all that, they're way worse than up here, I feel like.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think, I get the sense In Alaska, life might be easier for the grizzly bear. Or up there, you may call them the Kodiak. But every time I see a bear up in Alaska, he's just standing in a river and the fish, the salmon, are just jumping into his mouth. Like, that's how easy it is to eat when you're a grizzly bear.
Fish. Yeah, you can fish pretty close to them. It's interesting. The biologists up here argue they call the coastal bears brown bears, and then the interior ones away from the coast they call grizzlies. Even though they can mate and they're the same species, they're just, the coastal ones are a little bigger and their heads shaped differently, so they call them brown bear. It's confusing.
Yeah, I think you're right. There's more reports of incidents that go bad for anybody who encounters a bear. Yeah, I think our grizzly are a little angrier. Would you dare speculate that when you see somebody mauled, it is for sure the work of a grizzly?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Like, it's kind of sad. Every week I have a new bear attack report from somewhere in North America, usually. I don't know what's going on with all these bear attacks. Even in the wintertime, we had some in New Jersey and North Carolina. And like, I thought it had ended in December, but no, they just kept happening. I don't know what's going on.
And you do, I see on your YouTube channel, I've seen a few episodes, you travel pretty well heeled, you're armed. What is the preference? I heard, a lot of Alaskan guides and outfitters, I heard, when it's bear country, they don't travel with anything less than a sawed-off shotgun. I mean, your aim maybe could be a little sketchy if you encounter a grizz. You're going to have a lot of adrenaline. But I don't know. What's your preferred firearm? What do you strap yourself with?
That's the $1 million question. I go back and forth a lot. If I think the top thing you could have is a 12 gauge with slugs, and then a hunting rifle or a 45-70. Unfortunately, when we're out here fishing and hiking, we don't always do that because it's so heavy. I'll always put it down. So a lot of times I'll say a 10 millimeter because it's semi-auto, but still that's a little small. The big bears, you want a 44 Magnum or bigger. The problem is with those big revolvers, you usually get one or two shots. So I don't know. I'm agonized by that question. But 10 millimeters, 44 Magnum, 500 Smith & Wesson, 454 Casull. For pistols, that's kind of what I like, 460 Roland. And then, of course, a hunting rifle and a 12 gauge is always good. And bear spray is nice, but you always want a firearm too, because so many of the stories I cover, the bear spray, the wind blows it back in the person's face. Or the bear doesn't care. It's just seasoning for the person. He blows right through it.
Yeah, I've heard it be successful and I've heard it not. You're right. It depends. Whatever your preference. You mentioned Casull. They make that right down the road at Freedom Arms. That's a Wyoming product.
Really?
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah. So anytime I've toured the factory, it's incredible. And you need
nice.
You need a forklift just to carry one of those out of there, man. That's the downside of carrying the Casull is it'll cause you to walk in a funny way. You'll be listing to one side. And
it's my favorite. I'm also a fan of Weatherby, which I think is in your area. My new hunting rifles, they're 338 Weatherby RPM. So it's pretty popular up here now.
Huh. And I just talked to a guy over the weekend who talked about fishing in bear country, and I asked him, he is ex-military. He did 2 tours. He said he's shot and been shot at in action, in combat. So he said that, after that, there's no way I'm going to, fall victim to a grizzly. He travels with a 10 millimeter as well, just for the clip. Like, you'll have more than one chance and in the 2 seconds you have that the bear is closing on you.
Yeah, no, it's pretty terrifying. I mean, I've learned a little bit about the way they attack by reading all these stories and doing this show. And a lot of times what they'll do, if it's an angry bear, they'll like get a whiff of you, and then they go through the thick brush and they circle around, and then they charge at you from the side at 35 miles an hour, just, blowing down little trees. And then they're just on top of you. And then sometimes they twist you around so they can bite your face off. I mean, it's terrifying.
Yeah.
They're just monsters.
They're so smart and they're so fast.
Yeah.
Chuk has come up in Homer, Alaska, but he's not there now. Your show, how regular is it? Is it like a weekly? You do something every week and you put it up with regularity? Chuk's Outdoor Adventures on YouTube.
Yeah, I do. I do the bear reports Friday morning, and then I do typically some kind of hunting or firearm review Saturday morning, and then Sunday morning is for the Bigfoot crazy stuff. So those are my typical schedule. So it's fun.
At this point, now that you've been out there a while and you got a lot of subscribers, followers, at this point you got a lot of people I can see that are giving you advice like, oh, Chuk, you got to go here. Or, this happened. You know, there's a bear attack here. What's your ability to follow these up and
It's pretty good. I have a website, chuksoutdooradventures.com. Or chuksoutdoor.com, sorry. And there's a little link on it where people like log in or whatever, and they just put a message and I get a little email. And so that's how I get most of the reports. So I usually get a good handful every week, every time a bear attack happens. Unfortunately, multiple people are messaging me about them. But there was another man was killed in Arkansas this week.
I saw that on your website, on your YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know what's going on. There's just, this time of year, I just kind of cringe too, because it's elk season, and especially in your neck of the woods. I mean, last year there was some pretty good attacks. So I hope there's not going to be any this year, but it's a growing population. It's definitely a problem.
Yeah, when you talk about the time of year, it's fall. The grizzly is it's that time of year where they're kind of calorie crazed. They're trying to put on weight. They're heading into a months long hibernation, and then you got hunters out there that the nature of what they're doing is being quiet. You know, they're creeping around in the forest. So those two things, boy, they sometimes don't mix well. I noticed on your channel, it's very often authentically quiet, which I enjoyed. Like, you know, I don't know, at least the few episodes I watched, they weren't dressed up with some banging music or you weren't making a lot of commentary. It was quiet. It was what it's really like to move through terrain. It was cool. Like, I felt like I was there, Chuk.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. The one thing I will say that don't go out in the woods alone. That's all these cases where it was like a fatal bear attack. It's usually some person was by themselves and they didn't have a buddy to scare the bear off or shoot the bear or something. So that's terrifying. Just that I've been guilty of it. I've gone out by myself, but nowadays I try to go with someone because that makes it so dangerous.
Now, it's not just the bear we have to worry about. I want to talk about the Sunday episode when you're on the lookout. Although I've heard you say, and one of you things you said, sometimes if you're purposely set out looking for Bigfoot or Sasquatch, that animal may have awareness, if we call it an animal. I don't know what we call it. May have awareness. You're looking for them. So maybe you just say, I'm out on a bear hunt. I'm looking for bear. But either way, I don't know. What have you made any sighting, anything at all that would indicate you saw something that was not a bear? Maybe it was so big, the way it moved was too fast. Like anything freaky that could lead you to believe maybe.
I haven't seen a Sasquatch yet. I saw like a big cat creature that I kind of wish I had just shot it, but I couldn't identify it. It was like a massive, mountain lions are slowly making their way up here, but it had like big kangaroo ears. So I don't know what it was, but I found tracks. I believe in Bigfoot just because of all the stories. I mean, the entire state is full of Bigfoot stories from, the native people and then modern times. And then they're not nice either. There really is Alaska killer Bigfoots. And there's this place by Homer, Alaska called Port Chatham where, my uncle told me they had to move an entire ancient village because the Bigfoot was just killing people. And the story is crazy. I mean, they actually had to have armed security at this fish processing plant because everybody just left and they were so scared of Bigfoot coming around hurting people. And at one point, it was like a massive engine block or a big piece of machinery was thrown at some guy and he was possibly killed. Anyways, it was a mean Bigfoot. And it's probably one of the most amazing stories that we have for Alaska and Bigfoot, but it's not a very nice story. It was an angry creature. So
yeah, anytime there's stories like this persist, even if they're wild stories like Area 51, UFOs, we start learning that, they start out as just quiet, just insane stories. And then you're like, maybe there was something to them, especially when they keep happening. The stories keep popping up. It's old ones are retold or the new ones happen. Washington State, Oregon, these are the places you're likely to have sightings, and Alaska because of the remoteness. There's huge spreads of areas where humans just don't go.
Yeah, and that's part of it too. Is there's just tons of sightings up here, and it's just it's really rough country. It's hard to get around. I didn't realize that the biggest town in Wyoming only had 60,000 people. You guys are more rural than we are, just about.
Yeah, that's our big one. We really boasted. We made it the capital just because it got more than 50,000. We're like, all right, you're the state capital. And we only have 2 of those that clock in over 50. Then we get even smaller. Yeah. You got to get down here, Chuck.
I do.
Seriously.
Yeah, I've driven through. I like it, definitely.
All right. So what are you going to do with the show now? You're not in the States. How are you going to do your show? Are you just there for a little while?
Yeah, I'll film stuff ahead of time. I'm still editing stuff. So the schedule is just regular. So I'll still have videos up this weekend.
Anything else outside of what we might expect from Chuck's Outdoor Adventures? Are you thinking about branching into anything else? What's the plan?
Not really. I am going to SHOT Show this January, so that'll be fun. I'll be able to, meet other channels and stuff. So that'll be cool.
Yeah, SHOT Show's always cool. If you're ever down here, seriously, I'll take you over to Freedom Arms and we'll get a casoul with we'll get it engraved with Chuck's Outdoor Adventures or something. Those are good, nice. cool guys, man. They they know firearms. At one time, the biggest handgun cannon you could carry.
It really was, yeah.
All right, Chuck. Well, thanks so much for popping in with us on this early hour. Not for you, though, but for us.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Stay safe out there.
You too.
Cowboy State Daily Show, Chuck's Outdoor Adventures. Find it on YouTube, popular channel, and Chuck's always on the hunt for the elusive grizzly bear or anything else in the wild. Maybe Sasquatch, Yeti. I don't know what I think about whether there is such a thing. A lot of things out there we haven't seen. You never know. Let's take a break. We'll be right back on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake after the...
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Yeah, we're getting back to it. It's a Monday, October 6th, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Big thanks to Chook for dropping in with us this morning. Normally you find him in Alaska, creeping around in the wild. It's a pretty cool YouTube channel. Check it out. Chook's Outdoor Adventures. We're going to look at another YouTube channel today, and a rising star in the YouTube business. You know, we're on YouTube, Cowboy State Daily Show. That's where many people enjoy the product. Or X Live, Facebook Live. And we're on radio stations across the state. We've got a lot of YouTube followers. I wonder how we stack up against this young lady who runs an agriculture YouTube channel. And this is part of, I think, what is a growing trend is what I would call slow TV. I don't know if it actually has a name, but it's the kind of Zen programming you watch if you want to just zen out, chill out. And that's part of the motivation why these YouTube channels become so popular. These agriculture YouTube channels, like farming, like Our Wyoming Life. Aaron Galloway is behind that. David Madison has a story about Aaron Galloway. And basically, she just brings a camera. I think it's just her phone. And she just brings it with her on her daily life. Our Wyoming Life. And she just brings you into her life, which is running a ranch, doing some agriculture stuff. She's got a small cattle operation. And you just sort of eavesdrop into Aaron Galloway's life. It's really neat. It's her Wyoming Life. She's the now solo face of the state's largest ag YouTube channel. So how large? I want to know. Is she got more followers than us? That can't be. Cowboy
Hello,
State.
and welcome back to the ranch. It's time to put plastic on this high tunnel.
She's 200. Yeah, they do have a lot of subscribers. And her post from 3 days ago has 4,400 views. So, yeah, we're in similar company as I go through my YouTube channel jealousy. We'll play a little bit of Erin's Our Wyoming Life YouTube channel. Drive some more traffic her way. You're welcome, Erin. But it's pretty neat. I love, some people search out this stuff. I mean, some people like, I think Erin Galloway's metrics tell her that she attracts primarily men aged 40 to 65. Like that's her sweet spot. That's most of the analytics she's come across. But I'd like to know where they're from. I bet she gets a lot of people that used to be in Wyoming and no longer are. That's where Cowboy State Daily gets a lot of followers, listeners, and viewers. And probably a lot of people who want to be in Wyoming, but for whatever reason can't. You're living elsewhere in another state, and so the best you can do is voyeurism, or just will yourself here through watching YouTube. And then I think there's a good majority of viewers that follow YouTube channels like this, which kind of take you into farming, into Wyoming agriculture. I think there's a good amount of people who view this to slow themselves down. And they may be from urban areas, big city people that wouldn't know an alfalfa plant from a Holstein cow. And they enjoy watching something like Our Wyoming Life, and Erin Galloway just saying, come on, we're going to check the back 40 today. We got a pregnant cow. Or today we're wrapping the tunnel greenhouse she's got there where she's growing stuff. I mean, things that might not sound that exciting. Let's just say you don't need to hire a lot of post-production editors to make it scintillating. The whole purpose of this video, of this channel, is to slow you down and just watch you do something. You watch somebody do something regular that's their life. I bet she gets a lot of big city people who go 9-0 from sun up to sundown, and they need to relax and slow themselves down or they can never get to sleep. Yeah, I bet we'll check out David Madison and what he learned, featuring Erin Galloway in the popular Our Wyoming Life YouTube channel. It continues to grow. She continues to be an influential voice for Wyoming agriculture. That's a really cool story. We got a lot to get to. David Madison has another story about a basketball player. He's Wyoming's the tallest basketball player to ever come out of Wyoming. Maybe the only. I can't think of too many folks who've come out of Wyoming born, that have played in the NBA. Mike Moose Dobbich did play in the NBA briefly. He was drafted by the New York Knicks. I don't think he ever played a game for the Knicks, but he did play with some Knicks. He did play with guys like Wilt Chamberlain, Bill Russell. He's got a really neat story and background. It's not all basketball for the 7-footer from Hudson. He's done a lot in his life, Mike Dobbich. Just call him Moose. He got that nickname from just being a gangly kid, as you can imagine. He topped out at 7 foot. Other stories we're going to find today. David Madison, another story about Wyoming siblings and their unique daylight computer. It's a different kind of computer, a different kind of screen. Joe Rogan raved about it on his podcast. Somebody named Joe Rogan's got a podcast. Never heard of it. But yeah, Joe Rogan said he was excited about it. Somebody was on his show and showed him this new kind of screen, and he was digging it. And that may, when Joe Rogan drops his seal of approval, that could really boost sales. The brother and sister combo are from Wyoming. And they've created a healthier way of staying plugged in, a healthier daylight computer that doesn't work like your average computer screen. It's easier on your eyes and perhaps your brain. The device was praised by Joe Rogan over the summer, and that really got sales kicked off pretty good for this company. We'll talk about the brother-sister combo doing that. A lot of other stories. First, we better cover the weather here for you, so you know what it's going to be like outside. Did you see the hail game? The Wyoming Cowboys hosting UNLV, and the hail that fell on that field and then didn't melt. Oh, what a photo. Great photo of War Memorial Stadium just covered in hail, a rainbow over the top of it. A more picturesque college football scene you'll never find in the United States. It was so cool. I don't know what it was like to play in. I bet that was annoying to get tackled onto hail. Ouch. Jonathan Downing took this photo. I'll share it while I'm here because the photo is also featured in Don Day's Weather. I saw it on the Facebooks over the weekend and made sure I saved it. I'm like, oh, I got to use this on the air. Coolest photo. DraftKings shared it. A lot of people have shared this photo. It's been making the rounds. Photo of the year, I think. Anyway, let's get to the weather forecasting part of things. Oh, this is good chill weather. It is kind of chill. Freeze warnings across the state. Chance of rain maybe mainly early morning for Casper. Sun will start to predominate. Highs 52 in Casper. Lander, again, early morning rain maybe with clearing skies. Highs 50. Evanston, mostly sunny, 51. Rock Springs, freeze warning up until about 10 a.m. with a high of 53 eventually. Pinedale becoming mostly sunny. Highs in the upper 40s is all. Afton, 54, sunny skies. DuBois, freeze warning till 10 a.m. Gradually becoming sunny with highs 47 at DuBois. That's why they call it Never Sweat. Jackson, sunny, 55 today. Thermopolis, slight chance of rain early morning. Clearing skies, 55 the high in Thermop. Cody, 55 as well. Early morning cold, though. You got a freeze warning up until 10 in Cody. Gradually becoming sunny in Buffalo with highs 52. Sheridan, fog in the early morning. Sunny in the afternoon, highs 58. Gillette, chance of rain before 10. Otherwise, partly sunny today with highs 54. Newcastle, 51. Slight chance of rain in Torrington sometime early in the day. Otherwise, mostly cloudy, 56 in Torrington. Douglas, chance of rain, mainly afternoon, mostly cloudy in Douglas. With a high of 51. State Capitol in Cheyenne, you won't see 50 today, looks like. Highs 49 with a slight chance of rain, mostly cloudy in Cheyenne. Laramie, 48 with a chance of rain. And Rawlins, gradually clearing skies with the highs of 50 in Rawlins. So, boy, cool day across the state for sure. Renee Jean, a story about a trucking industry short nearly 80,000 drivers, look to fill some jobs by hiring, insert gasp here, women truck drivers. Yeah, Eastern Wyoming College sees an opportunity showing girls how a CDL can lead to great jobs in the industry where only 12.1% are women. 12% of your truck drivers are women. This story out of Douglas, and Renee Jean highlighted this unique program that turns young ladies onto big rigs, big trucks. Douglas campus of Eastern Wyoming College last weekend held an event. Casper to the Trucks are for girls event. Casper to the trucks are for girls event. I got it. We should put that in quotes. Trucks are for girls event in the Douglas campus of Eastern Wyoming College held last weekend. Wyoming Department of Transportation was there. Commercial driver license supervisor Aaron King shared stuff about big rigs along with some of the kids. The kids would say things like, hey, my favorite is the bus. They all like to honk the horn, of course. Everybody knows the semi-tractor trailer, you got to get in there. You got to do the horn. But after that, they got to, hang out in the cab. They got to go underneath the trucks on one of those creepers and see what it looked like under there. You never know who you inspired. What girl would be inspired to go into the industry? All this comes at a time when trucking companies are short drivers. And they're offering substantial sign-on bonuses, large salaries. The American Trucking Association estimates the country needs 78,000 or more drivers. And that figure is only going to grow to maybe 160,000 by the year 2030. We're almost there now, 2030. And this has nothing to do with, Wyoming legislation designed to get foreign drivers off the road or non-English speaking drivers. It's just an industry where fewer and fewer are interested in going into CDL license. 12.1% of the professional CDL drivers in the United States are women, according to stats compiled by the nonprofit Women in Trucking. So a pretty cool event, good idea, and maybe we get our next batch of truck drivers out of it. Renee Jean has that story in the Cowboy State Daily. Let's take one more quick break this hour. We'll be right back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Looking for a Saturday morning show that's not your typical news talk? Join your buddy Bags, John Baggett, for Cowboy State Daily Radio, where things get a little wild, a little weird, and a whole lot of fun. From 6 to 10 a.m., Bags dives into everything from radio to rodeo, teachers to preachers, music to media, sports to the supernatural. You'll hear interviews with newsmakers, entertainers, experts, and maybe even a few oddballs. It's less politics, more personality, sometimes serious, sometimes silly, always interesting. Text, call, or email your thoughts live at 307-278-9598 or wyomingbags307@gmail.com. Catch the show live on cowboystatedaily.com, YouTube, Facebook Live, or X. And if you sleep in, no worries. You can listen anytime on the Cowboy State Daily Radio archives. Cowboy State Daily Radio with John Baggett, where curiosity meets cowboy coffee. See you Saturday morning. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
The secret to living longer, like maybe triple digit long. Don't even think about retiring and walk a mile a day. It's simple as that. I thought it was going to be the Mediterranean diet, right? Or the one glass of wine every day. Every time you meet somebody who's in the octarian club, what do you call a 100-year-old? Centenarian, something like that. We're introduced to 4 100-year-olds from Montana. A story out of Helena by Anna Louise Jackson of the Cowboy State Daily, featuring 4 that have made it to the 100 Club. Their secret: they all said to a man, to a woman, there happened to be 3 women, 1 man, in this exclusive group: Helen Jansen, Elizabeth Betty Stemock, Virginia Tays, and Richard Blossom. They're all 100 years old or more. And the secret, they all said, is don't even think about retirement. Retirement kills people, said Virginia. Tays tried retirement at the age of 71, but she was back to work within a year. She just couldn't sit still. She didn't like it at all. The Billings woman still works full-time because she doesn't like to stand still even for a minute. That's how she got to 100. Tried retirement briefly at age 71 and then right back to work. Everybody else said the same thing. You got to stay active, keep doing stuff, keep working. And, don't forget the physical, keeping your body in shape. Walk a mile a day. They all agreed on that. It's simple. Walk a mile a day and don't retire. The secret to longevity. Anna Louise Jackson, Cowboy State Daily, had the story introducing us to 4 centenarians up there in Montana. Cool story. Thank you, Anna. It's the rut for many ungulates in Wyoming. The pronghorn are acting really weird. You watch them running back and forth, running across the highway. Be careful driving. All these critters are on the move right now this time of year. As you get into October, hunters have deer, elk, pronghorn. They're pushing them around with their activity. Getting close to migration time, some of these animals starting to feel the urge to move to some more temperate climes. Maybe not quite there yet. I haven't seen, I drove some really elky kind of places, and I did not see any evidence that the elk are on the move yet, nor mule deer. I don't think, it's a little early for their migration, but it is getting colder, and they'll be feeling it pretty soon. I think the elk are keeping the animals up high, though, right now. I think that hunter activity is keeping elk high, mule deer high. But the pronghorn are acting all kinds of weird, running back and forth across the row. What are they doing? It's the rut. The rut is on, and bucks are battling to build their harems. Mark Hines has the story about pronghorn, or the antelope, as we sometimes call them, or speed goats. It's the rut, or mating season. It usually runs from late August to early October. During this period, bucks gather their groups of does, or harems, and they guard them fiercely. Pronghorn bucks can hang out together for pretty much most of the year, but then when it starts turning August, those friends that were hanging out are no longer friendly. They feel the urge to build their harem and mate. Who gets the women's? Who gets the does? It's usually the biggest, toughest buck. Not always measured by horn size, but usually. What Mark Hines says, the lucky buck will sometimes turn himself broadside so the does can see how large he is. How impressive. Wyoming game and fish biologist and pronghorn aficionado Rich Gunzel said the common assumption is the biggest bucks are judged by the sheer size of their horns. And he said that is partially true, maybe mostly true, but it can be deceptive to humans when trying to figure out who has the biggest horns. He said the size of bucks' ears can vary. So a buck with smaller ears may appear to have horns that are longer than they really are. Plus, when you add in the whole body, is it really that buck with bigger horns or smaller horns? It's hard to measure it up. Mark Hines said that this time of year, these antelope are getting a little crazy. The does sometimes want to get out of the harem and go be with that other buck. So the buck's got a 24/7 head on a swivel this time of year when they're in rut. They got to keep their harem together, make sure the does don't leak out of the pack and go join somebody else. And they also got to fight off any challengers, any other bucks. So a busy time for pronghorn. Oh, to be an antelope this time of year as they wind up the rut. Story from Andrew Rossi about a TV show and the appearance, a national television show that maybe you've heard of, maybe you watch, and you're going to get a chance to see one or two folks from Wyoming that are on that show, at least one Cheyenne native representing Wyoming on Rob Lowe's trivia game show called The Floor. Sydney Cap is one of two Wyomingites who will be in the fourth season of The Floor. This show, my wife watches this from time to time. I don't really understand what's going on, but I know the contestants all stand on these tiles out on the floor, and they're called up to sometimes do trivia battle. Cheyenne Sydney Cap got the honor of representing Wyoming in the fourth season of the Fox Network game show called The Floor. Rob Lowe hosts. Cap is one of two Wyomings selected. It was a 100-person competition, and the show is gaining traction in the U.S., getting more and more popular. Sydney Cap saw it, and she thought, maybe I'll try to be on it. For the most part, producers reach out to who they want to get on the show. Rarely do they take somebody who applies. But Cap took a chance. She applied, and it just so happened that the show's theme that she got on was one that pits all the states against each other. So they were looking for two people from Wyoming, and Cap was one of them. She said she couldn't divulge what may happen on the upcoming episode. It's all been filmed. It's all been shot, and you'll just have to tune in. Cap said that she said she couldn't give away too much, but she said the producers all said that Wyoming plays prominently in the fourth season of The Floor. And she said, I have a lot of Wyoming pride, so I was honored to be on the show, The Floor, and represent my home state. She said filming of the fourth season took 12 weeks, and she said it was a lot of standing around. It was promoted as America Duels, so it's obviously pitting states against states and maybe America against other countries. She said despite the theme America Duels, the entire shoot took place in a studio in Ireland. She presumed, I guess it's cheaper to fly 100 people plus staff to Ireland than it is to film in Los Angeles. She might be right. But she went pretty far in the show from what I understand. And she said there are some interesting developments in the fourth season of the show that you want to be checking out. Wyoming gets... she said there are a lot of fun moments and drama coming up. I don't want to toot my own horn, but the producers did say that we had the most fun of any season they'd filmed, and Wyoming has a lot of reasons to tune in. What does that mean? They said it was the juiciest season they've ever shot. It's Rob Lowe's The Floor, and you can watch for Cheyenne native Sidney Cap making the appearance. Andrew Rossi has that story in the Cowboy State Daily. Renee Jean's story about a new owner of the White Wolf in Douglas, where you can still get a shot for a shot. The White Wolf Saloon in Douglas traces its roots back to 1887. Now it has a new owner. And the tradition back in the 1880s from this saloon, among other things, it's a really cool saloon, not a bar. There are differences, as the new owner points out. Bruce Winton. But the tradition for this saloon back in the 1880s was any cowboy down on his luck, if he didn't have the money to pay for a shot of whiskey, could buy one with a bullet, shot for shot. A large caliber bullet will still buy you a shot of bourbon at the White Wolf Saloon. Even today, the new owner, Winton, said he wants to carry on that tradition. Bruce said he's going to leave many of the things as they are at the White Wolf. It's a really cool looking place, Western themed. It's got, I'm looking at a photo of it now. It's got a lot of Western themed stuff. Winton wants to keep that. He also is going to modernize just ever so much, but he will keep the tradition of a shot for a shot. If you've got a bullet, that will buy you a shot. Winton said we've got to stay Western, but we have modern stuff too, like games and pools and darts and stuff like that. But the old tradition, if you ever find yourself in Douglas and you're low on money and still want to wet your whistle, a shot of bourbon, shot of your liquor of choice for a bullet. That's going to be kept intact. I like that's a good tradition to keep going. White Wolf Saloon in Douglas. New owners, but the same old traditions passed on. That's going to do it for our first hour of the show, the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday edition. Andrew Rossi was there when they dropped that 1,800-pound pumpkin from a 200-foot crane. What do you think happened? It was a big old mess. That's what happened. The pumpkin drop in Worland. We'll take a look, and hopefully somebody's got video. That's what I'm excited to see. I think we do. That and a whole bunch more stories. The man who built and pioneered snowplanes in Yellowstone. We'll take a look at Helmut Weiss. His nickname is Mutt. Dale Killingbeck has that story. And we'll do it soon. Cowboy State Daily Show continues on this Monday.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. For those who have noticed Wyoming's pronghorn, aka antelope, running wildly back and forth lately, they're not doing it for exercise, it's part of their mating ritual. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines says that during the mating season, bucks will gather up groups of does or harems and fiercely guard them.
If you ever watch it happen, it's not like how a sheepdog will round up sheep and keep them in one place. And it gets pretty intense because, of course, other bucks come in and they want to get the does too. Sometimes the bucks will tangle with each other and fight, sometimes to the point of injuring each other. Now,
Wyoming game and fish biologist and pronghorn aficionado Rich Gunzel says that ultimately the females are the ones who actually choose whom they mate with. A Wyoming brother and sister are leading the charge for a new, healthier way of unplugging while staying connected with a new computer called the Daylight DC-1. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports Tristan Scott, who is marketing the new venture from a remote location in the Upper Green River drainage, and his sister Julia Scott, who's a second-grade teacher in Cody, have emerged as two of the primary messengers for a technology they believe could fundamentally change our relationship with screens.
According to their research, the display technology in most screens that we use beams light at us in a way that affects our nervous system. The Daylight computer tablet tries to get rid of all the bad stuff about computers and keep the good utility part of it.
The company recently got a huge boost when the device was praised by popular podcaster Joe Rogan. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances. And you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
A botched election in Weston County last fall has renewed calls among some Wyomingites to ditch voting machines and count ballots by hand. Cowboy State Daily's Steve Bunnell reports that the faulty 2024 election, in which House Speaker Chip Nyman received an erroneous slew of undervotes, has now amplified this discussion.
Some who support it say that the machines are not trustworthy, that they have the volunteers across the counties, across the state to do the hand counting and who are willing to do this type of work. But those who are against hand counting say we're putting the cart before the horse. Maybe we should look at baby steps and whatnot to make sure that we're not creating undue costs for counties, that we're not delaying results in elections.
In this upcoming legislative session, lawmakers are expected to introduce a number of bills concerning counting ballots, even though the legislators' prime focus will be on the budget. Hudson, Wyoming native Mike Dabich, a.k.a. Moose, remembers fondly crashing the boards in the NBA with basketball legends like Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Dabich credits growing up and playing with native kids that gave him the skills to make it to the NBA.
He grows up playing on the Wind River reservations and learning to pass, learning to do the weave, that there are these skills by necessity that when you had outdoor courts on the reservation, it was a disadvantage to dribble because you might hit a rock or a rut. And so there was a style of play that really valued thinking a few steps ahead and doing quick think passes. And I think he credited that with some of his skills he took into the pros.
Now, even though Dabich played in the NBA traveling across the country, he came back to his hometown of Hudson where he still lives today. Cowboy State Daily's meteorologist Don Day has been studying and forecasting Wyoming's wild weather for decades. But for the next week, Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Day will be helping to keep hundreds of hot air balloons safely soaring over Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Hot air balloons are the most sensitive aircraft to weather. So if you're going to have one air balloon going up, you want to know what weather conditions you're going to be facing, let alone the over 600 balloons that go up during the balloon fiesta in Albuquerque. And Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day is in that perfect zone where he is not only an experienced meteorologist who knows Western weather and knows what to look for, he's also an experienced balloon pilot who knows the dynamics of how balloons work in the atmosphere. So he is the ideal person.
Don Day will keep his eyes on the skies during the 2025 Balloon Fiesta, an annual event that attracts balloonists and enthusiasts from around the world. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com.
When she was 19 weeks pregnant with Finn, Kelly went in for a routine ultrasound.
The doctor knew that something was wrong when he looked at his heart and saw that there weren't any chambers and there were abnormal connections.
After Finn was born, he needed multiple surgeries and procedures just so he could survive.
He has had 17 procedures, including 2 open heart surgeries. To be perfectly honest, I can't see Finn even getting past birth without the American Heart Association.
Finn's entire family is grateful to the American Heart Association. Their support of life-saving research and medical breakthroughs gave Finn a second chance at life.
I love to go on bike rides with my daddy. Thank you for helping kids like me.
Learn how you can join us in the fight to help prevent death from heart disease and stroke at helpheart.org today.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday. Don Day's not going to be here. He's down in Albuquerque. He took a wrong turn in Albuquerque, New Mexico. He's forecasting for the world's largest hot air balloon fest. They get their own special meteorologist. So that must be something. Plus, Don Day loves hot air balloons. That's his jam. He loves that. For the next 9 days, well, some of the days are done, but for 9 days total, Don Day serves as chief of weather for the annual Balloon Festival in Albuquerque. It's the largest such in the world. And although Don Day claims he can't control the weather, he's responsible for briefing some 600 plus pilots on weather conditions and what it'll be like to soar your balloon today in Albuquerque. And they're probably doing that right now, because Don did text me saying, Jake, I can't make it today. He's probably up in a balloon. It's the 2025 Balloon Fiesta. The annual event attracts balloonists and enthusiasts from around the world as they dot the skies over Albuquerque. They've been doing it for more than 50 years, Don Day said. And it's like the Cheyenne Frontier Days of Albuquerque, or the Cheyenne Frontier Days, the CFD of balloons, I guess. You would not get me up in one of them. No way, no how. I draw the line. I'll fly just because it's super convenient. I don't like it. Me and this other guy who crashed his plane. I can't wait to talk to Dale. I think it was Dale Killingbeck had this story about the guy who had to land his own plane because the pilot pretty much died while flying it. Oh, I can't imagine. And this guy was not a pilot and not really inclined to be a pilot. When his pilot died mid-flight, Wyoming Attorney General at the time, this is in 1969, his pilot died in the flight, and Jim Barrett had to land the plane by himself, and he couldn't get anybody on the radio. Like, you know how this goes. You know, doesn't this happen like every day? This always happens. You fly in a plane, your pilot dies, and you're in the co-pilot seat. You're like, oh man, what do I do? What's the first thing you do? Well, you grab the yoke, right? The yoke, the stick and the wheel, and you just keep it steady. And then you get on that radio, man. Somebody has got to talk you down. And Barrett did get on the radio, but he never heard anything. Something was wrong with the radio, or he says maybe he forgot to take the button off. Like he pressed the button to transmit, like, Mayday, Mayday. My pilot just died. I don't know how to land this thing. And maybe he never let go because he said he never heard anything, even though people were trying to talk to him. Oh, it's a crazy story. December 5th, 1969, Cheyenne's Wyoming Eagle. Headline, front page. Barrett hurt in crash. State pilot dies in air. Oh, man. Dale will be on and we'll talk about that. I just got sidetracked, though. See, that's why not too many people like flying, except for pilots, you know. But the rest of us, we just do it because it's convenient to get somewhere far away fast. But when you think about the real ins and outs of flying, like the reality of flying, you're flying in some tube going 300 miles an hour. No, I don't think so. I definitely would not do a helicopter. Helicopters seem like they really tempt gravity, and I definitely would not do a hot air balloon. No way. But Don Day does. And he forecasts weather for it. Day's job at the Albuquerque's Balloon Fiesta is pretty straightforward. He'll be the ultimate weather authority during the 9-day event. He'll monitor conditions. He'll consult the pilots on how it'll impact their airtime. Don says, my job is to give a daily weather briefing to the balloon pilots. I'll also be advising the Balloon Fiesta Committee, the people who run the event, about what potential weather hazards are going to be each day. I did not see a weather forecast for Albuquerque, but I imagine Don's on it. He's also forecasting weather for Wyoming, and we do have the day weather forecast, but we will not have a live Don Day, unfortunately, today. Andrew Rossi's story about Wyoming Pumpkin King Jay Richard in his Wyoming State Pumpkin Championship, which culminates with a pumpkin drop. They did that last weekend in Worland. Biggest pumpkin they've ever dropped. And they dropped it on an outhouse. Jay Richard he doesn't just drop the pumpkin to watch it smash. You also have to drop it on something. Like you've got to smash something. And they smashed an outhouse. And, we do have video. I'm so excited. I was hoping we would have video of this thing. The big pumpkin drop took place in Worland on Saturday, and it looked and sounded like this. That's Jay telling everybody is everybody ready? Yeah, we're ready. 2, drop it, Jay! Oh, wow. Yeah, that made a big boom. There were a lot of fans. That's like everybody in Worland in the stands. Everybody who lives in Worland and some. Yeah, Jay Jay Richards' pumpkin drop went off pretty well. We need the slow-mo. He also dropped some pumpkins in a little wading pool, it looks like. Yeah, anything. Oh, my. Anything to be different. Nice, Jay. Jay Richards' annual pumpkin drop at Worland did not disappoint at the Washakie County Fairgrounds. The main event of the day was watching the largest pumpkin of the way off become the largest pumpkin ever dropped in Wyoming, destroying a porta potty with incredible precision. You can't get more redneck than pumpkins, an outhouse, and a 200-foot crane, Jay Richards said. And I don't know why, but destroying an outhouse is the crown jewel of pumpkin drops. Yeah, I guess so. A perfectly good porta potty destroyed by an 1,800-pound pumpkin. To be fair, it was exactly 1,788-pound pumpkin dropped from a 200-foot crane. So a higher drop and a bigger pumpkin than last year. Hopefully that continues. Every year we just get bigger and bigger. Jay Richard, the Pumpkin King. Something wrong with that guy. We just had him on the show last week. We had him on the show last year as well, as we now celebrate our 1-year anniversary. It's interesting to see what guests are coming back year after year in these annual events. I remember when Don Day went down to Albuquerque last year to forecast for the hot air balloons. That pumpkin, by the way, was from Montana, one of their largest grown pumpkins. And the world, we're still looking for a we're still looking for the record. I don't know if it's a world record, but the record pumpkin. Jay Richards says it's not going to be his. He had a kind of an off year growing pumpkins. Could not approach anything that would be record setting. Should we do a little This Day in History? Do we have time? No, we don't. We should save that. We do have special guests coming up. I don't know who. It could be anywhere from 1 to 4 guests, all representing the WYO Right to Read, a Wyoming-based nonprofit organization. So, yeah, it could be. We're looking for maybe Annie, maybe Carrie, maybe Megan, maybe all of them. We'll see. WYO Right to Read will be with us soon. So will Jackson Walker, Cowboy State Daily journalist, Jackson Walker, all coming up. So, yeah, let's take a quick break and get ready to see who's popping into the Zoom room today on this Monday. We'll be right back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth, Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday morning, and our Zoom room maximum is 2 guests, and we have 3. So I don't know, when I press Zoom room, I don't know what's going to happen visually. It's going to be a mess. I guess we'll just find out. Yeah, that looks like the mess it is. And I don't really know how to fix that. Let's see. What if I stop my video? Okay. That doesn't help a lot. Well, we are testing the limits of machine and man. That's for sure. And we're going to talk YO right to read. Who do we have? We have Carrie. Carrie, is it Carrie Roden?
Yes.
Okay, we have Annie, I think.
Hi. Yes, Annie McLaughlin.
There's Annie McLaughlin. And we have Megan Hesser.
Hi.
Hi. Right to read. So I guess you all have to please help me out. You can't do anything about the visual. I'll try to fix that while you talk. You take the show over while I work on technical stuff. But I do sort of know that we're talking about YO Right to Read, nonprofit, Wyoming-based nonprofit dedicated to ensuring every kid with dyslexia is able to be served. So I think my wife teaches first grade. She often assesses kids that are falling behind in their reading, and every once in a while discovers it's because kids are seeing things backwards. That's so weird. Dyslexia. Before we knew what that was, can you imagine how many kids were just like, I don't know, this kid's just not getting it. He can't read. Yeah, so let's start there. Anybody want to jump in on the whole, what you're all about?
Yes. So dyslexia is a language processing disorder. It has nothing to do with the visual of seeing things backwards. It's just the way the brain interprets different words and letters. It's the most common learning difference. Up to, they say any differences between 5 and 20% of kids have signs and symptoms of dyslexia. The number is probably in the middle there, around 10, 12%. But yeah, it's very common. It's a word reading difficulty. And so our children struggle to read. And what we have discovered through that is that reading is a privilege in our state. If your child struggles and you don't have the resources to ensure that they're able to read proficiently, they don't get to read. And so so we are now, we've formed together to ensure that reading is a right for all Wyoming students.
That's Carrie. So can someone talk about why reading is crucial? I mean, of all the things you learn in school, arithmetic, maybe you can later you can have a calculator do that, or you can look stuff up on the internet, but reading is so basic. It's fundamental learning. I mean, if you can't read, you're really behind. So how important is reading? Somebody talk about just reading, whether it's dyslexia or whatever is your challenge, the roadblock against a smooth reader. You got to be able to read.
Yeah. Okay, I can jump in. This is Annie McLaughlin. I'm raising a grandson with dyslexia, profound dyslexia. And can you imagine being a child and walk into a classroom every single day and not being able to read any of the words on the pages in every single subject? And again, I want to, focus on the fact that this is not a measure of intelligence. These kids are very creative and bright. Like Carrie said, it's a learning disability that's because their brain processes decoding words differently. So, reading is absolutely the most essential part of being able to belong in a classroom. And so, when a child, is unable to do that, they begin to feel embarrassed, humiliated, isolated. And again, these are really smart kids. And it, causes anxiety and depression. And so really, it's the answer is quite simple. We need to train teachers. And that's what's not going on in our state. Dyslexia is not new, at least for 2 decades. It's been mentioned in the law and by OSEP. And so we know that it exists. And so we have to do a better job in creating put forth a very planned effort by the part of the Department of Education in Wyoming to say we are serious about teaching these kids to read. And what that means is being accountable, using the money, making a plan to systemically train teachers across the state. And that doesn't mean a 3-day workshop or a 1-day workshop. That means certification and, certification for teachers so that they can actually deliver the reading intervention that teaches them to read with fidelity. So that's the key.
Then to piggyback off of Annie, I mean, the mental health portion of it that takes over our children. I also have founded Paul's Mountain Advocacy for Literacy in memory of my son who took his life at school in 5th grade. On the first day of his IEP and the last 3 months of his life, we had just learned he was most likely dyslexic and he was learning how to read. He had been held back in kindergarten. He'd received interventions, but the trauma that these kids go through, it's continuous. It's every single day. It's not like, other trauma. Dr. Steve Dykstra talks about the trauma that these children have, and it's walking into those school doors every single day, not being able to read, and then the shame that it feels compared to their peers.
And think about as an adult, if you felt that way every day you walked into your job for 8 hours every day, you'd quit. You just walk back out the door, and these kids don't have that choice.
No, and I can imagine it's probably so frustrating because you as the kid, you don't understand why you're not the only one not getting it. You watch everybody else in all your desk mates, and they're breezing through some reading exercise. They're reading out loud. They're reading a sentence, and everybody's doing it so easy. And you are like, you don't know why you can't do it. We're talking to Annie, Carrie, Megan. They're with YO Right to Read. Teachers should be able to recognize this right away, right? If they can identify a kid who's suffering from dyslexia, they're not. And I thought it was you saw things backwards. You're saying it's now. What is it that we understand is happening in the brain of someone with dyslexia?
Well, when children learn to read, there's been thousands of studies, fMRIs, EEGs, MEGs, and they have found that fluent reading happens on the left side of the brain. You have 3 centers that light up. And when students are struggling to read, they are mostly reading on the right side of their brain. And so what we have to do, like Annie spoke about, through very systematic, intensive instruction, you can rewire that brain. You can train the brain to read proficiently. And so, I was a teacher for 12 years. I had a master's in literacy, and I had no idea why my daughter couldn't read in kindergarten. I had done everything right. I'd read to her constantly. We immersed her in language and print, and she was at the bottom of the bottom. And so through that, had a lot of training and realized that this is not an attack on teachers. Teachers are doing everything they possibly can with the knowledge that they have, and they love their kids. The problem is they have not been given this knowledge about the most common learning difference. And not only it's called structured literacy. Again, it's very structured language and decoding and encoding based learning. All children learn best this way, but people with dyslexia, word reading difficulties, they have to learn this way. And so it's just, again, it comes back to teacher training.
So tell me, let's talk more about that. Why Right to Read? You mentioned that this isn't just a Band-Aid or a quick fix weekend training for teachers. This is coming alongside teachers, and this program, what does it look like? So, an average teacher or below average teacher, let's say, and they have a big class and somebody's falling behind in reading, they may just, I don't know what their options are, but being able to recognize this could be dyslexia. Let me try this approach. Or is this a whole different way of teaching reading?
Well, it depends on what they got in college, right? And what the districts have provided them for their professional development. Like I said, we all learn to read the same way, and decades of research have shown this. We have shown what poor readers do, which is guessing the word, looking at the first letter of the word, looking at the picture. And was how I was trained to teach reading. And so then it's just having teachers go through the science of reading structured literacy courses, and then having teachers that are interventionists with reading. They need to go, and in special education, especially, the kids with the highest need the highest trained teachers, but they need to go through a very systematic instruction and practicums and learning how to teach students with dyslexia.
And we're working with the Wyoming Department of Education and we've developed a comprehensive language and literacy plan. And then that bill is in front of the Joint Education Committee. And so altogether, it's a beautiful thing. We're all coming together to solve this problem. And then today we will be at the Capitol, where Governor Gordon will be signing a dyslexia proclamation, and the Wyoming Department of Education will be joining us there. So yes, we're a nonprofit, and we're here to give resources to parents. And then Halls Mountain is a great resource for those who think their children is struggling, or if they have a student who's struggling and they don't know what to do, they can refer to either of us. But I think the big takeaway here is that we're all coming together and we're working on this to solve this literacy crisis that our state is in.
Give me an idea of when these things start showing up. Let's say you're a parent, and it shows up when the kids start to learn to read. Kindergarten, first grade, certainly they're immersed. What are you looking for, and when do you start to notice something's not right?
There are actually some signs when they're still in preschool. It starts early. So if you have kiddos that have some speech impairments or delays, that is a red flag. If you have kiddos that are struggling to learn their colors and their numbers and their shapes, that is a red flag. The kiddos that are struggling with opposites, so if they always think hot and cold and they say the wrong one, that is a sign. Kids that mix up sounds and syllables. This is a big one. Everyone thinks it's so cute when kids are saying Paschetti and ththings like that. I know in my household, my son said soup poops a lot instead of Fruit Loops, and a Bizzoni instead of a Zamboni, and it was super cute, but that's actually a huge red flag that there's something happening in their language processing centers that's not quite right. So you can start to see some red flags and signs even before they start school.
You can start teaching children how to read at the age of 3. Mount St. Joseph has developed a program called Project Ready, and it's a free preschool curriculum and it's not just reading, it encompasses everything, kindness, social studies, everything. But you can start teaching children how to read. So you can give them those skills before they even get to kindergarten, when their brain is just a sponge and wants to soak everything up.
But it's interesting because quite a number of kids with dyslexia, including my own grandson, kind of fooled us all because we read to him. We were a family of readers. We got him when he was 18 months, and we read to him every day and night, and he would actually memorize the words on the pages and pretend to be the teacher and read the book back to us. So we had no clue in the beginning that he was not reading until he actually got into first grade.
Yeah.
So that's important to know.
You want to talk about signs of intelligence. There are some kids that are so smart, they've learned how to cheat it. They've learned how to overcome this and convince you they can read. It's amazing how they could shortcut, proper reading. Annie McLaughlin, Carrie Roden, Megan Hesser are with us. It's YO Right to Read. Somebody tell me, please, about again, I'm learning stuff about dyslexia. I thought it was you saw words backwards or letters backwards, but it goes beyond just even reading, as you were mentioning. It's this whole left brain, right brain, and the whole idea that you're opposite. You're putting things in the wrong order or just opposite what they're supposed to be. That's incredible.
Well, and there's a spectrum, right? So I never struggled to read as a child, but then I learned that my sister and my dad learned to read. I struggle a lot of times with word retrieval. And so when we discovered that my daughter was dyslexic and that's genetic, which is one of the most important things that teachers need to ask families is if anybody struggles to read or write in their family. And it's not always the direct parent. It could be the grandparent, the aunt, like the case in my family. Now I see the red flags. I still can't do my right and lefts. And that is a big red flag for dyslexia. And the writing letters backwards, the B and the P, it's because when you think about it, if you have a chair, it's upside down, it's still a chair. If it's turned backwards, it's still a chair. But with letters, they're different, right? If they're upside down, it's not a B, it's a P. And so it's just the way the brain is interpreting it. So it has nothing to do with seeing the letters backwards.
And honestly, all kids can do that, even kids that don't have dyslexia very early on, because there is a small area in the back of your brain that is used for facial recognition traditionally. And reading is not natural to the brain. And so everyone has to rewire that portion of their brain to learn to read. And because it likes symmetry with facial recognition, it makes it very hard for some kiddos to stop. Like there are a lot of kids that can just write whole sentences backwards when they're in kindergarten because that part of their brain hasn't fully rewired yet. And it doesn't mean they're dyslexic. Now, if you're still doing that at the end of first grade and into second grade, there's probably a problem. But before that, it's still developmentally appropriate for kids to do that.
Yeah, if you're writing whole sentences backwards, you could be Jewish or you could have dyslexia. Does this you just touched on? I was going to ask this question whether this is something that runs in families. Like, can you anticipate somebody may also have dyslexia in a family?
There's about a 50% chance if you have a parent that's dyslexic that you will be dyslexic. And of course, if both parents are dyslexic, that obviously grows greatly. There's also the comorbidity of other brain differences. And so ADHD is very common, dysgraphia, which is the writing portion, dyscalculia, which is the math portion. And again, the anxiety, you could already be wired for anxiety because you have brain differences. And then it's exacerbated by struggling to read and all the anxiety and stress that comes along with that. So, it could be, like I said, 50 to 80% could have ADHD. So there's a lot of different things that come into play with these kids.
Yeah, it's got to be, like I said, it's beginning with frustration and then isolation. You're the only one. You feel like you're the only one who's not getting it. That's got to be really hard. YO Right to Read. So tell me one more time about what you're doing, among the many things you do, and it's our outreach to teachers. You're also probably in Cheyenne a lot, lobbying lawmakers, and you got something coming up, a comprehensive bill. So what are you doing on that effort to make sure that the state recognizes dyslexia? The Governor Gordon is on it.
Well, we've been partnering with Superintendent Megan Dagenfelder with the Department of Education to write that comprehensive language and literacy bill. And Shandell can talk. We have an event on the library on Thursday. Shandell, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so my nonprofit, Paul's Mountain Advocacy for Literacy, we have an event at the Laramie County Library in the Cottonwood Room beginning at 5:30, and all are welcome. Parents, teachers, guardians, anyone, please come out. We're going to talk a little bit about our nonprofit and the services that we offer. And then Carrie will be presenting a dyslexia simulation so people can understand what it is like to have dyslexia and the anxiety that comes with all of it. And then we'll also have different resources there. We use a program called Barton Spelling and Reading. I may have mixed that up, but we'll have resources on those interested in becoming tutors to be mentored. And then also resources for parents that are like, hey, my kid struggles to read. I struggled to read. And so we'll be able to help them and get them on a path to make sure that their kids are taught how to read. Right now in the United States, the only place a person is absolutely guaranteed to be screened for dyslexia and taught how to read is federal prison. And that's thanks to the First Steps Act. And that's one thing that we are trying to change. Let's get them, in school. Let's get them in elementary school, junior high, high school. Let's get them before that. And then maybe we won't have so many in federal prison.
And then also contact the Joint Education Committee, and you can go to whilerighttoread.org, and there'll be information there on how to contact the Joint Education Committee in passing the Comprehensive Language and Literacy Bill. This bill will ensure that reading is a right in our state and not a privilege. It is so vitally important that we pass this law. So it requires all teachers to be trained in the science of reading and structured literacy. It requires administrators to be trained. It requires kindergarten through 12th graders to be screened and then intervened if they have red flags. It will change the future for so many children in Wyoming.
And if I could just add, the intervention that we're referring to, it really does work. From watching my grandson, who was having mental breakdowns daily in 4th grade. I mean, daily, serious mental breakdowns. It broke our heart. And then Carrie and another certified structured literacy teacher taught him. And he's been in the program almost 2.5 years. And he's on step 10 of a 12-step program. He's worked so hard. And he went from not completely functionally illiterate in 4th grade, not wanting to go to school, to now reading like cold reads from pages of novels. His confidence is sky high. He loves school again. He's participating in athletics again. He's happy. He recognizes he has dyslexia, but he is reading, and it has changed his entire life. So what we're referring to is not some miracle. It's hard work. It takes trained teachers, and it does make the difference. So it's extremely important. It's really a non-negotiable. These kids need it, and the state needs to provide it.
Yeah, in that way, this goes way beyond reading, and it's no coincidence. Last month, September, was National Literacy Month and Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. Not that it ever gets that far, but it's more than read. It's more than just you're falling behind in reading. It affects your whole life as a kid if this goes undiagnosed. And yeah, better early childhood, early student screening and awareness and recognition wherever someone falls on the dyslexia spectrum. where can we learn more? I'm learning stuff right now from whyoright2read.org, whyoright2read.org. Is that a good place to start?
Absolutely.
Yep, and go to the International Dyslexia Association Rocky Mountain branch. It's IDA-RMB. And there's also a lot of fact sheets that you could also, if your child's struggling, you could present to the child's teacher too. It's not a place to go.
Sounds good. I appreciate it. Annie, Carrie, Megan, thanks for joining us. Why All Right to Read, whyoright2read.org. Check it out. Thanks for making time for us this Monday.
Appreciate it.
You bet. And you guys crashed my Zoom room, but it's not your fault. It's a wreck, man. It's a visual mess. We'll be right back with more Cowboy State Daily. Jackson Walker coming up in a moment, right after these.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily news team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
Seriously, no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's Jackson Walker joining the conversation. Jackson, how's your Monday going?
Off to a good start. It's a little cold and rainy here, but I'm trying to stay positive. I'm trying to keep a good mindset about it. I'm not going to let it get me down on Monday.
I like that. Where are you?
I'm in Cheyenne right now.
Yeah, it's not going to get much better. Oof.
Oh, boy. Yeah, we're kind of getting to that point in the season, aren't we?
Well, I like your attitude. Do you have to make a big decision on where you're going October 17th? You and some others, Laramie County Republicans, torn between two big events October 17th, Charlie Kirk Memorial or the big Red State Rendezvous. Where do you think everybody's going to go?
Yeah, well, that's a really tough question. And that's something I was asking a lot of lawmakers last week. How are you going to make this decision? Where are you going to go? And a lot of lawmakers that I spoke to that are aligned with the Freedom Caucus said that they're probably going to go to this Charlie Kirk Memorial event because the Freedom Caucus is hosting that. However, that poses some issues, however, because the other event that night is a major fundraiser for the county GOP. So it's this kind of push and pull between the two groups right now that's causing a little bit of tension. And one of my stories last week was actually sort of covering some of the rippling tension that's going on between these two events because there's a kind of a feud going on within the county GOP right now, it appears.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what matters more, money, Charlie Kirk, and what it looks like, that posturing. But are you talking about, Jackson, this other story, scheduling conflict blows up simmering feud between Laramie County Republicans? Who's at each other over this?
Yeah, it is that scheduling conflict. So those two events that take place on October 17th, I've been trying to get to the bottom of whether this was done purposefully or accidentally. And it seems as though people can't really nail down how this happened or why this happened. But specifically, the feud that we're seeing, or what it appears to be, is between the county GOP treasurer, that's Dallas Trell, and then we have the Heaths. We have Linda Heath, who serves as a precinct committee person and also a county commissioner. And then we have her husband, Michael Heath, who is also a county precinct member as well. And so, I spoke to both of those groups and they seem to be very upset at each other for a myriad of reasons. But what's interesting is that neither of them could really pin down how this got started or why they're even fighting in the first place. It seems to just kind of be a series of misunderstandings. So the interesting thing that I found when I spoke to both of them is that they all wanted to resolve whatever issue is going on here. They just want to find solutions so that they can continue to be effective legislators for their constituents and for the people of Laramie County. And so it was a really interesting series of conversations. And look, I just hope more than anything that shining a light on this, will help them kind of resolve some of those apparent differences that we're seeing.
I hope so. Or maybe, just a scheduling conflict, just a double book on the same date can send such a rift within a party. That's how politics are today. Even the same party can find something to have a conflict over, as something as easy as two events sharing one date. They got to figure it out.
And again, this isn't something that I couldn't figure out whether this was intentional or otherwise, but what it's doing is, as you mentioned, it's forcing people to make a decision. It's requiring them to be in one place at a given time or the other, because they're two events. They happen within a half hour of each other. They're both on opposite ends of Cheyenne. And the only way that I can imagine you can make it to both is by skipping out of one and going to another. And I'm not sure how that looks optically. So, it's forcing people to make a decision to kind of split off and go one direction or another. And it's these kind of competing events are sort of almost trying to show like who has more sway in the legislature right now, the county or the Freedom Caucus.
Yeah, that's not what it's all about. This isn't a test of those two different things for sure. That wasn't anyone's intent. But any chance that either of these events gets moved or no? Too late?
I'm not sure. I asked him about it, and it seems, in order to set something up like this, they have to schedule that date pretty far in advance and reserve a venue rather.
Yeah.
And people already have tickets for these events, and it just seems really tricky. I don't know the specific logistics there, but from what I heard, these are almost set in stone.
Let's change gears. Freedom Caucus. Let's talk about property tax relief. Last year, if you enjoyed that 25% tax cut on your property tax, that was nice. This coming up in 2026, you'll get the same, but you'll have to be proactive about seeking it. Freedom Caucus wants to remind everybody that 25% property tax cut is not automatic. You've got to reach out. You got to be intentional. How do we do it? We got to go sign up, do something online?
It depends on where you live. I think every county is a little different, but there's a website that you can go to with plenty of information. They also have a lot of info about it on Facebook. But the interesting thing, about this tax cut is that if you've been reading some of my reporting, this is something that's been highly, highly politicized because a lot of leaders of these smaller local jurisdictions throughout the state are sort of warning that, this 25% cut is coming straight out of their pockets because these property taxes, they don't go to the state level. They all go to the communities where they come from. They fund schools, they fund roads, they fund emergency medical, all these services that we really depend on in our day-to-day lives. And so I've spoken to many individuals, county commissioners, mayors, et cetera, and all of them kind of warn that, if we're taking advantage of these cuts, it's going to have an adverse outcome in our communities.
What the Freedom Caucus is saying, I think, and Jackson, maybe you will talk to people and find out, is many communities, counties, and municipalities, they were living kind of high off the hog with these real estate prices that were just soaring. Your real estate valuations were going through the roof. You were paying property tax on that. So the revenue stream to some of these counties was like crazy good. And now maybe the Freedom Caucus is saying you're going to have to learn to live like tighten the belt like everybody else. So it's just a comeback to reality for some of the bigger counties. Some of the smaller ones, maybe they never did enjoy that kind of increased revenue stream, and they're going to be hurting. So I don't know. It's not apples to apples.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the perfect counter argument. That's the things that I've heard the most from Freedom Caucus aligned lawmakers and other people that support this is they're saying, this is kind of mirroring what's happening on the national level with DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. Yeah. They're doing the same thing here, and they're trying to just make government run as efficiently as possible. They think, the Freedom Caucus thinks that 25% isn't enough. They want to go as far as 50% cuts because they are claiming that since COVID, we've seen a massive amount of inflation, a massive amount of increased property values, and all of these things, as you said, have allowed these counties to kind of live high on the hog, as you put it. And so the kind of push and pull there too is another argument that a lot of people are sort of debating and trying to find the right solution to. And it's something that we're going to have to navigate, especially in this coming legislative session, this budget session, where if smaller jurisdictions are now dealing with a 50% cut to their property tax income, that money is going to have to come from somewhere, and that's going to have to be the state. But meanwhile, at the state level, they're already working through so many different issues. Food stamps, the Department of Health, all of these really critical programs, they need money too. So there's looking like there's going to need to be some tough decisions made.
Jackson, last week, were you in the courtroom when Eileen Hurley, 71-year-old, was convicted, one count of transferring firearm to somebody who wasn't supposed to have them? That somebody was her son, William Lowry, who shot and killed Sergeant Nevada Krinke back in 2024. That had to be really emotional. William Lowry is dead now. So who do you go after if you have any kind of bitterness, which the widow, Carla, definitely has, rage and bitterness. Were you there? Was it really emotional? What did it feel like?
I was there. Yeah, I was in person. I got to witness that entire sentencing hearing. And I think the thing that struck me the most about it was the presence of uniformed law enforcement officials. There were representatives from the sheriff's department, local PD, Wyoming Highway Patrol. They were making it very known that their presence in that courtroom, they were there for a reason, and they wanted to honor their fallen victim of this case. That Sergeant Krinke, as you mentioned, he was shot and killed with those weapons that Eileen Hurley had provided to her son. And so the entire sentencing hearing was about deciding, what should happen as a result of that? How should people react to this? And, how can we prevent officers from being killed in the line of duty? And Judge Alan Johnson really reflected, he described it as a sad day. He said it's a sad day for a lot of reasons because Hurley, for example, she's an older individual and needs a lot of medical care in that late stage of life. And so obviously that was one of the considerations in trying to sentence her was trying to make sure that she gets the care that she needs, as well as making sure that the punishment fits the crime. And so he was saying, we're reflecting on this world where there is gun violence, where there's inadequate health care, where there's all these terrible things going on. And he just described it as a sad day for everyone in that courtroom. And I certainly felt that emotion. And I know that the other people in attendance did too. We walked out of the courtroom and several of those officers kind of embraced one another and were showing love. And just, it was certainly an emotional thing to be a part of, but it was really powerful.
Yeah, during the memorial, during the service for Sergeant Krinke, there was a huge turnout statewide of law enforcement of every kind. It was big. Whenever something like that happens, that band of blue pulls together, that's for sure. Yeah, good coverage, Jackson. You've been out everywhere.
I certainly try.
Maintaining a positive, drizzly Monday morning attitude of glass half full. I like it.
Yeah, I don't know how long it'll stick around. We're trying our best.
Don't let it wear you down, man. I'm going to feed off your positivity this Monday. Thanks, Jackson. Have a great day. It's Jackson Walker, Cowboy State Daily. His story about the scheduling conflicts tearing apart the GOP in Laramie County. Man, can't we all just get along? Also, the Freedom Caucus reminding everybody if you want that 25% property tax cut, you better sign up for it. You don't get it automatically in 2026. These stories and more. Hey, we got a lot more to do. Time now for top of the hour news break, though. Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Hoskinson Health and Wellness Clinic in Gillette believes it can be the Mayo Clinic of the West. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean got an exclusive tour of the new facility, and she reports what sets this clinic apart is their mission statement. It's all about the patient.
It's a more personalized experience. They have different levels. There are lots of private procedures that insurance doesn't cover yet. They're quote unquote experimental, but the studies have shown good results, like transcranial stimulation is an example. That's shown great efficacy for depression and things like that. I don't think I've ever been to a medical clinic where there are so many conversation starters everywhere you look. It's almost like it's a museum plus a hospital.
A spokesperson for the clinic tells Cowboy State Daily that, like most medical facilities, saving lives is their primary aim. They just want to do it in a much bigger way than most medical centers in the country. Hudson, Wyoming native Mike Dabich, a.k.a. Moose, remembers fondly crashing the boards in the NBA with basketball legends like Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Dabich credits growing up and playing with native kids to give him the skills to make it to the NBA.
He grows up playing on the Wind River reservations and learning to pass, learning to do the weave, that there are these skills by necessity that when you had outdoor courts on the reservation, it was a disadvantage to dribble because you might hit a rock or a rut. And so there was a style of play that really valued thinking a few steps ahead and doing quick think passes. He credited that with some of his skills he took into the pros.
Even though Dabich played in the NBA, traveling across the country and even playing in Europe, he came back to his hometown of Hudson, where he still lives today. More than 4 tons worth of giant pumpkins were weighed at the 2025 Wyoming State Championship Weigh-Off and Pumpkin Drop in Worland on Saturday. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that tonnage was hoisted 200 feet into the air and dropped, exploding in spectacular fashion.
The thing they don't prepare you for is the immense hollow boom when a 1,700-pound pumpkin is dropped from any height, let alone 200 feet, which is what happened at the Wyoming Weigh-Off and Pumpkin Drop in Worland. It was a big event. People from multiple states brought their pumpkins, watermelons, marrows, and zucchinis to get weighed. Then the coup de grace was when these massive pumpkins were weighed, lifted up in the air, and dropped on a swimming pool, an outhouse, which was the crown jewel of the whole event.
The Wyoming state record for a pumpkin was set by Andy and Amy Corbin in 2023. Their gourd weighed in at 2,062 pounds, and they grew it in Cheyenne. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances. And you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent. Head for the rodeo. Reel in a big trout. Fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
Wyoming Attorney General James Jim Barrett carried a briefcase and overnight bag as he climbed into the state-owned Cessna 206. This was on Thursday, December 4th, 1969, at Cheyenne Regional Airport for what he thought was going to be a routine flight to Riverton. Well, Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports the flight was anything but ordinary.
And then his pilot starts dying and his body is thrashing. And so now he's fighting off the pilot and the plane dives down over Rollins. He landed in a 3-point landing in this field, not knowing anything about flying a plane. He landed the plane in 3 points. And then all of a sudden the left wheel hit a rock and it just flipped the whole plane over and probably saved his life.
Not only did Barrett miraculously survive and recover, he went on to be appointed as a judge on the federal appeals court for 40 years. For those who have noticed Wyoming's pronghorn, aka antelope, running wildly back and forth lately, they're not doing it for exercise. It's part of their mating ritual. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines says that during the mating season, bucks will gather up groups of does or harems and fiercely guard them.
If you ever watch it happen, it's not like how a sheepdog will round up sheep and keep them in one place. And it gets pretty intense because, of course, other bucks come in and they want to get the does too. Sometimes the bucks will tangle with each other and fight, sometimes to the point of injuring each other.
Now, Wyoming game and fish biologist and pronghorn aficionado Rich Gunzel says that ultimately the females are the ones who actually choose whom they mate with. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Food can open endless possibilities for people to thrive. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. Everyone deserves to live a full life. And with your help, together we can end hunger. Join the movement at feedingamerica.org/actnow.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday. D-Mad's with us. David.
Morning.
I'm staring at my computer screen and I'm sure it's flickering and sending all kinds of bad things into my eyeballs. As Joe Rogan would say, it's effing up my eyes. Oh man, I can't. I'm excited to actually see this product if I could. The Daylight computer. It's the idea of these Wyoming siblings, brother and sister, and they got a big shot in the arm with their invention, which is just a gentler on your eyes screen, I guess. Sort of like the Kindle, but better. What is it?
Yeah, and to be clear, it's not their invention exactly.
Okay.
There's a tech wizard that is in San Francisco who had ADHD and really looked into filling out the if you wanted to live a healthier lifestyle, what about tech? What is tech doing to me? I can eat right, I can exercise, but every day if I'm staring at this machine that is stimulating my brain in a negative way, and I can't necessarily feel it, but it's having an impact. Like they say, the first night you spend in a hotel room, you should look at any screens because your body already has this. I'm in a new place. I'm going to defend myself and has a hard time falling asleep. But if you stare at a screen, it'll stimulate it, and it's kind of like caffeine for the eyes, I guess. But yeah, Julia and Tristan are the leading spokespersons for this technology. Certainly in Wyoming, Tristan is the overall marketing director. He's moving to Lander. He's been living in Thermopolis, and right now he's probably still up at his elk camp in the northern reaches of the Green River, which was a beautiful drive. I almost made it there, but the road got too rough.
I saw that. Yeah,
and
David has a photograph of the family rig trying to get there, and
I should have brought the Toyota truck on that trip, but I didn't know I would be trying to find him yesterday. Anyway, so Daylight Computer, he calls it a Kindle on steroids. So all of the functionality of a Kindle, but much, much more. And it has this kind of sepia tone look to it, where it's not blue light, it's not color. It's kind of like an amber and brown, and is easier on the eyes. He really kind of walks the walk, was a fitness influencer, and he's also an electrical engineer. And I think that's how he caught the attention of this company who brought him on to be the spokesperson. He seems ideally positioned to do that. I fell short of being able to experience it myself because I couldn't reach his elk camp, but I look forward to getting my hands on one too.
So close, David. Let this be a lesson to you to always over gear yourself when you're, try. That is some rough country there in the Upper Green. So this thing, you didn't get eyes on, so maybe you can't tell me, but apparently it is like bright enough that you could read it during the day if you had it out in the day, and still all the tech in it means it's just gentler on your eyes. And your average screen is flickering right now. We're both looking at a screen. It's flickering.
Yep.
We just don't sense it, and it's probably throwing bad things into our eyeballs. This screen doesn't do that.
Yeah, and the best piece of evidence I heard was just the testimonial from Julia, who, she sees the iPad baby syndrome every day as a second grade teacher, where kids who clearly have had overstimulation from screens, needing attention, being impatient. And she sees it in her own 3-year-old, where he'll be on her phone, which has the traditional blue light display, and he'll get cranky and not want to give the phone back. When he's on the Daylight Kids device they have, he's, I guess more content. It's more like a book. He's engaged, but he's also able to put it down. So I found that pretty compelling. I think it's, it's a really small company at this time, but they have big ambitions. And I guess their superpower is that they have put all this time and energy into creating a new display technology. So that is their proprietary edge they have in the marketplace, because of course they're taking on some real giants in industry if you try and get into the computer business. But they are in the computer business. It's not just software. They are building hardware and software.
And a Wyoming siblings, Wyoming-based, hopefully Lander. They also have a production facility in San Francisco, and I bet things have ramped up. Give me an idea of how many order fulfillments that increased after Joe Rogan said, "Wow, I like this thing."
Yeah, they didn't have those analytics at the ready, but I think everyone knows that. Yeah, that it can't hurt. If he's delivering a positive message around your technology. But yeah, we'll just, the most specific thing about Wyoming is that, he's using it as a home base. Tristan Scott is using Lander as his future home base. And he just said his future ambition is to have some kind of office footprint, but I think it's half remote. The company's spread out wherever the talent lives. At this time, and there's only about 25 people, he said, working for this company. So I believe it's, some of the technology, there's a Japanese element. I think it's actually manufactured in Taiwan. And it could be coming to Park County School District 6, which is the Cody schools. That's Julia's ambition, is to have this technology in the hands of kids in her local school district. There's already an emphasis among elementary schools, which I didn't know this because I don't have an elementary student anymore, but there's a real emphasis on computer literacy, even coding at the earliest grades. And so if they're going to have that initiative, Julia's point of view is, well, let's get the least impactful technology in the hands of health impacting technology in the hands of our kids.
Yeah, especially in light of, excuse that wordplay pun, but in light of the fact that, yeah, the learning on a computer, learning on a screen is becoming more and more prevalent in traditional education. But this blue light that all our traditional screens are throwing at us has been known to disrupt melatonin production at night. It interferes with your sleep quality, circadian rhythms. It's the reason kids today are insufferable. So maybe they need the Daylight DC-1. Revolutionary invention. I love it. We might get some tech into the oil fields, into the patch. Casper startup is betting on AI to fill the gaps of institutional knowledge. There's so many people that work in the oil fields and the gas fields. Some of these old timers that I love how you put it, David. They know what's wrong just hearing it. They're like, oh, a belt's about to go. Like these guys, these super smart old codgers, like they're not going to be replaced when they retire. Who's going to be the next genius who can identify things going wrong? All these tool pushers or whatever the equipment they're using. Maybe AI can step in and recognize when something's about to fail. Let's say.
That's the bet that this company is making. It's Maneuver, and it's a AI startup. Doug Kennick is University of Wyoming engineering grad, and he moved on to Boston and to San Francisco and worked in tech, and really wanted to come home during the pandemic and moved to Sheridan and stayed in touch with all of his contacts and was really looking for an opportunity. And they saw an opportunity in using AI to fill this the gap left by a brain drain of roughneck technicians, electricians, others that are keeping the systems running in the oil and gas patches. And hooked up with an old childhood friend from Casper. And, I refer to it as wildcatting, in that they're going to drill down on the data provided by these machines and these mechanisms that they can see in the data. What they do is they create a twin. They say, this is the optimal way this system should work. And then they gather real live data and compare it against the optimal system, and they can see where the problems are. That basically gives them X-ray vision into the electrical system powering gas to generation, or the system powering gas to electricity generation direct. And I think it's neat that seems like a pretty positive use of AI. It doesn't necessarily, it's not going to displace workers as much as empower the new workers coming in, or at least that's their pitch, that there's not enough time for all the institutional memory to be transferred to the new generation of oil and gas field techs and electricians. So we're going to empower them with this software that gives them extra sensitivity and can really see and prevent breakdowns and create efficiencies that ultimately lead to profit for Maneuver. So that's the bet they're making, is that they can create a tool that's valuable enough that oil and gas producers will pay for their services.
Doug Kennick's Maneuver MNVR launched officially October 1st, and it will take over when people like Bruce Willis retire. Everything comes back to that movie where he's drilling on the asteroid. And he knows stuff because he's been doing this for decades. He knows when you're pushing the drill too hard. He's like, no, I feel like it's gonna break. Those kind of guys, when they retire and they're gone, we're gonna have to replace them with AI or something.
And one I don't think I included it in the story, but I'm remembering now in my conversation with Doug that I think they used AI to try and figure out what they wanted the company to be. and they used AI to name the company. That AI suggested that spelling of maneuver for the name of it. So it is a AI through and through enterprise.
Congrats to Doug for embracing AI. I'm still a little fearful of it, but he is harnessing it. I like that. How about this 7-footer, this basketball player? I bet everybody remembers him from the day. Hudson, Lander area is where he come up. Moose Dobbich. I want to say Dobbich. How do you pronounce his last name?
I think it's Davidge.
Davidge.
Yeah. What a gentleman and just a Renaissance man. Mike and Michaela welcomed me into their lovely home in Hudson amid these towering cottonwood trees that were bright yellow on a beautiful day last week. And he's a bright, bubbling personality, and a towering one.
Yeah.
Really, he's a storyteller. He loves to spin a yarn and bring out memories. I think that, that he'll be remembered. I got a letter to the editor this morning where a guy remembered being in a grocery store in Sheridan and being an 11-year-old and coming around the corner and seeing this 7-foot guy standing there and talking to him and just kind of marveling at his athletic prowess. But what's great about Moose is that, he's such a big-hearted person and he clearly made an impression on a lot of interesting people, including some of the great NBA players. He banged in the paint with Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain and lived in New York City at a really heady time and, went and saw Thelonious Monk in the West Village. I can only imagine the sight of a 7-footer kind of creeping down into a little jazz club in some basement in Greenwich Village. Maybe, we'll never really know what gave him the great talents, but my theory is that, he's born with this Serbian predisposition that we see, leading to success with players like the Joker with Jovic. And he's born with that. He had grandfathers that were all 6'5" or more. He hits 7 feet by the time he's 20, and he goes off to college carrying with him a skill set that he learned playing against Native American players in Fremont County. And the way he told it is that community back then, at least, really knew how to pass because they often played on dirt courts where it would be a liability to try and dribble in the rutted out ground. And so you had to think ahead and run the weave and really think about where you're, think 2 and 3 passes ahead and just keep that ball moving. And I think he took some of that to the NBA when he had his brief career with the Knicks. And then, he came home and started a family and started a sheetrocking business and got into black powder, kind of the mountain man scene. He used to dress in the skins and the whole thing. That's a lot of animal skins to cover that man.
Yeah.
And then he made box guitars for a time. And he's 83 and he's still going. He's still doing work. And we're cheering him on. And he still shoots hoops. He had two basketballs ready to go when I asked.
As you point out in the story, David does a lot more than just basketball. The guy is fascinating. He just happened to have the Slavic gene that makes him super tall, makes him a great sheetrocker. He doesn't need the ladder. And what a early life, man, to go. He was drafted by the New York Knicks, and he didn't see a lot of floor time. He didn't see any action really in the NBA with the Knicks, but he did play with some stars of the day. And he talked about sneaking into the back row of some theater to watch. Like, you don't sneak anywhere when you're 7 foot tall.
Yeah, he, like I said, a Renaissance man. He would see Zero Mostel rehearsing the original production of Fiddler on the Roof, which is one of Broadway's classics. His hotel was right across the street. That's why I knew my dad was going to love this story, because the two things he loves most are Broadway musicals and basketball. And so he's 90 now. I called him up this weekend and let him know he's got to check out this story.
Yeah.
It was fun. really know there's a huge history of excellent basketball coming out of Fremont County between Lander and the schools on the reservation. And I used to, when I worked for Wyoming PBS, I loved playing lunchtime basketball at Central Wyoming Community College because it was just a cross section of folks from all over the community, and I certainly was challenged by the talents out there.
Yeah. And it's a cool way to come up and to work your skills in a new and different way. Like when you come up trying to dribble a ball in Fremont County, especially in January, you learn how to perfect your passing game. It reminds me of like all these great shortstops you see in the Major League Baseball. Grew up in Puerto Rico playing on a field that had rocks in it and broken that's I mean, the reason they can play a bad hop is because that's all they ever knew. Yeah, what an interesting story. I love these upstarts, Thunder Base and Bolts. I mean, we got the Campbell County Camels, but come on, can they stand up to a lightning bolt? Thunder is doing things a cool way.
Yeah, it just kind of parachuting into Gillette for the first time. I hadn't spent a lot of time in that community, and I went to the homecoming parade a week ago today, and it's what do you do when you're a brand new high school, and you don't really have these firm traditions yet? Well, Thunder Basin has really taken an intentional approach and has tried to create traditions, and it started with the burning of the initials, and so they got the shop class to weld together this big TB, and they got innovative with bed sheets and diesel fuel, and poof, they've got TB up in flames there at halftime on last Monday night during the JV game. They're kind of riffing on a tradition that was already there. I learned when Campbell County used to do the burning of the G for Gillette. So Campbell County High School celebrated homecoming for years, and they may still do, by setting ablaze a big letter G. Yeah, very friendly crew, lots of school spirit. What a place to watch a football game. That football stadium is nicer than some colleges for sure. And yeah, I wish them the best. I have a feeling these traditions are going to stick.
D-Matt, sorry to keep you so long. You had so many interesting stories, though. Can we quick get this one, what I call slow TV? I don't know if there's a name for it, but there's a lot of people that are getting into YouTube channels that just show you everyday life. Erin Galloway just welcomes people into her life, our Wyoming life. It's a YouTube channel, and you just get to watch this agriculture woman, I don't know, pull calves and work on her greenhouse.
Yeah, what an impressive operation. South of Gillette, our Wyoming Life Ranch. I caught her on a busy day. The brand inspector was there. There were hunters there sighting their rifles to go shoot on the few thousand acres she ranches at the start of antelope season. Devon Energy had sent a big crowd of volunteers to come and pick her huge squash patch, because she also runs a nonprofit that tries to take on food insecurity issues around Gillette and Campbell County. And so she's emerging kind of as the solo face after a divorce from her husband, and he had been a real prominent character in this series, and now she's taking it over and seems very at home. She doesn't have to do many takes. She's a very Erin has a really great delivery and great knowledge base, and I think she is the embodiment of a lot of folks' dreams, that including her ranch hand, Jeff Lake, who always wanted to live an agricultural lifestyle and grew up in the city, but found this opportunity through her. And so I think there's a lot of folks out there that her audiences are in urban areas that often, and this is their window into a life they don't have, but they're able to share it with Erin.
Well, I'm jealous at her followership, her subscribers, that YouTube channel taking off. Yeah. Thanks so much, David. I appreciate it.
You bet. See you next week.
Yes, Cowboy State Daily. This story, we'll stop in with this story a little bit more because I just love it. I love what Erin Galloway is doing. Her YouTube channel is the state's largest ag dedicated YouTube channel. It's called Our Wyoming Life. And she is just rocking it on her ranch where she just turns the camera on and says, come on, we got to do chores today, and invites you into her channel and her farm. It's pretty neat. David Madison also the story about these upstart high schoolers at Thunder Basin High School with a brand new football field and brand new traditions. Gold Bolts. The charm life of Mike Moose Davich out of Hudson, Wyoming, learned how to play basketball with some of the kids on the res, and he parlayed that and his 7 feet of stature into a college and professional career as a basketball player, and he's so much more than just a baller. Fascinating guy. AI tech. AI might step in and replace some of these oil field retirement guys, some people that have knowledge of stuff and have no one to pass it on to. You know, some people in the patch that have been doing it for decades that may hear when a belt is slipping or may hear when a drill is about to snap. Now AI can do that. The new company Maneuver just launched October 1st. Doug Kennick, what a genius idea. Let's take a break on the Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll be back.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself. What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Over the weekend, some people went crazy. Maybe more than some people. You know, last weekend, a bunch of people went crazy. I was not one of them, but Mark Sanchez was. What's up with Mark Sanchez? Dude. Mark Sanchez, a one-time quarterback in the NFL for the New York Jets. When Sanchez was drafted, by the way, just to give you some background on who Mark Sanchez is. Back in the day, he was supposed to be the savior for the New York Jets organization, otherwise known as the football team where quarterbacks go to die. Joe Namath is like the last greatest quarterback they had, and he took them to a Super Bowl. But after that, this is not a organization that's known for cultivating quarterbacks. When you go to the New York Jets, you suddenly, however good you were doing your thing at another team or at a college, it all goes away. I don't know why. As soon as you put on the green of the New York Jets, your ability to be a quarterback just goes away. And Mark Sanchez, when he was drafted, was the guy. They're like, oh, this is our guy. He's going to save the Jets. And he had flashes of brilliance where he was good, like he was in college, but it never quite panned out. So he parlayed that quarterback stint with the New York Jets into a microphone. He went into the broadcast booth, as so many ex-quarterbacks have done. Tony Romo, the other dude from Dallas, what's his face? And he works for Fox Sports as an analyst. Well, he did until maybe today, because the story over the weekend was Mark Sanchez, who's, again, a pretty high-profile former football player in the NFL. The news headline over the weekend was Mark Sanchez hospitalized for being stabbed in Indianapolis. Now, as the story developed, you find out it wasn't Mark Sanchez who was just stabbed, randomly, or stabbed in some kind of holdup in Indianapolis. It was Mark Sanchez, the aggressor. The story now is security footage reportedly shows Mark Sanchez stalking a 69-year-old truck driver before the stabbing incident. The truck driver said, this guy's trying to kill me, he said of Mark Sanchez. Mark Sanchez originally had a totally different story, but the true victim here is the 69-year-old truck driver. He's the one in the hospital with multiple stab wounds. He's the one whose story actually checks out. He said Mark Sanchez allegedly smelled of alcohol, was slurring his speech, and was trying to kill me, said the 69-year-old victim. The truck driver is identified only by his initials, PT. Apparently, his job is driving a truck to different places like hotels and restaurants where he does a cooking oil exchange. He takes all your used cooking oil and swaps it out for new. He was at the Westin Hotel doing his job when Sanchez approached him and claimed, Sanchez said he had spoken to the manager of the hotel and PT could not be there on the property. And I do not know where Mark Sanchez got this notion. The incident, it's just bizarre what happened. Sanchez said the hotel says you can't be here. You got to get off the property. And of course, PT is like, what are you talking about? He tried to get on his phone to call the hotel manager. PT then reportedly went to the opposite loading dock over at the Marriott Downtown Hotel. He attempted to flag down security officers, but Sanchez just wouldn't quit. Followed him, blocked him from re-entering his truck. And then finally, it got to a physical altercation when the truck driver, PT, deployed pepper spray on Mark Sanchez in the face. He said that slowed him only for a minute, and then Sanchez wiped his face off and again advanced on PT. And PT, the truck driver, said, this guy is trying to kill me. So the truck driver pulled a knife. Apparently, this must be a rough neighborhood in Indianapolis. This must be a rough job collecting oil because he's got pepper spray and a knife. Just, the tools of the job if you're a truck driver in Indianapolis. He pulls a knife and tries to defend himself. Sanchez struck him 2 or 3 times, I guess with his own knife. I don't know. It got to like a physical altercation in an alley now. They're both punching and stabbing, and by the time the incident's over, 38-year-old former professional football player Mark Sanchez is injured. So is the 69-year-old man who's been stabbed. And I can't imagine Mark Sanchez has a job anytime after this. I mean, you have to think that Fox Sports is just going to let him go. What is going on with Mark Sanchez? During his career as quarterback with the Jets, he never gave any evidence that he was a loose cannon. His work on Fox, I've heard, there's no indication that, I don't know what possessed him other than alcohol. And he was arrested on several charges. One of them was public intoxication. And then one is obviously stems from the stabbing. I can't find the place here where it said what he's been cited with. It's just so weird, so bizarre. Also over the weekend, sentencing of Diddy. Sean Diddy Combs sentenced. This is that ongoing trial that seemed to never end, where Diddy was having regular orgies with not one but 2 ex-girlfriends or ex-wives. I think they were girlfriends. Just crazy Epstein-like orgy parties. And Diddy was up on charges of trafficking, racketeering, prostitution, all this stuff. It is unclear whether he was ever convicted for anything that was a crime. He was just admittedly a bad guy who did not treat women very well. He was charged on counts of transportation to engage in prostitution under the Mann Act. He was looking at a max of, I think, 10 years in prison. And he did, during the sentencing, which happened on Friday of last week, there was a bit of a dog and pony show, which you don't normally see. I listened to BBC's coverage of it, and they said rarely, if ever, does a sentencing take this long and involve witnesses. Usually sentencing is done in the morning and it takes like 2 hours tops, BBC reporting said. It's when the judge, already you've got a conviction, and the judge pronounces a sentence, and he's got some leeway. He's got a max of what it could be, and he's got in his mind what it's going to be. And rarely, if ever, does the defendant bring in witnesses. In this case, Diddy's family showed up. The kids said, please don't put Dad in prison. We need him at home. He's been a great father. They even showed a video, apparently, of Diddy at home doing family-like things, like, you know, playing Monopoly with the kids, playing a board game, or you know, drying the dishes while she washes the dishes. He was like just a family guy. In the video, I don't know if that had sway over the judge or not, but the sentence came down, and it was 50 months behind bars. Federal judge. 50 months would be, he's going to do time in what a criminal defense attorney, Jeffrey Lichtman, says is one of the worst prisons in America, although he doesn't name the prison. But he did say that Friday's dog and pony show, as he said, didn't move the judge at all. He surely had in his mind before he came to the bench today that he was going to give Combs 50 months. Not a horrible sentence, not anywhere near the max, but also not what the family and his defense attorney asked for, which is time served. He's already been incarcerated for the past year, and this trial's lasted almost that long. It's taken forever. So he did not get a minimum time served. He got 50 months, which will include the year he's already done. So I think that leaves him with some 4 or 5 years. I think that would leave 4 years tops. And then, of course, he's eligible on good behavior. He could do maybe half that time in prison. But yeah, Sean Diddy Combs sentenced to 50 months. That happened on Friday. We got more coming up. I'm going to get into this day in history. This day, by the way, October 6th, if you were wondering. We'll do that next on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Tired of the same old Saturday snooze fest? Wake up with your buddy Bags, John Baggett, on Cowboy State Daily Radio, where the coffee's strong, the opinions are stronger, and absolutely nothing is off limits, except maybe fashion advice from Bags. Trust us. From 6 to 10 a.m., we're talking rodeos and radios, teachers and preachers, UFOs and barbecues. 1 minute it's serious journalism, the next it's, did he just say that on air? Yes, he did. We chat with movers, shakers, and occasional fakers. We call out scammers, celebrate winners, and sometimes talk to people who swear they've seen Bigfoot buying tacos. Join the madness. Text, call, or email your thoughts, rants, and snack recommendations to 307-278-9598 or wyomingbags307@gmail.com. Catch the chaos live on cowboystatedaily.com, YouTube, Facebook Live, or X, or binge the archives later when you're pretending to work. Cowboy State Daily Radio with John Baggett, where curiosity meets cowboy coffee. See you Saturday morning.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday. Zuby on Facebook says she has fond memories of Hudson back in the day, especially going to dinner at Spheeler's. Oh, yeah. Can you imagine back in the day when Moose Dabbich was growing up, all 7 feet of him, this Slavic, and he comes to Spheeler's, and the greeter, who's the concierge, who's the front of house person of the one who seats you, what do they call that person in the restaurant biz? Whoever it is, when they saw Moose coming, they say, you better kill the fatted calf, you better kill 3 of them. Moose is here. I bet that guy could put away the T-bones at Spheeler's. Great story from David Madison is what Zuby is reflecting on. The early days of Hudson, when the tallest guy in town was Michael Dabbich. Went on to play a little bit of basketball. Oh, yeah. And what an incredible life. David and I talked about it just for a second about Dabbich was drafted by the New York Knicks. He went to college. He went to a few colleges. I think he went to UW first. And I don't know if he was on a basketball scholarship. I would imagine he was. But he talked about flunking out. He's like, I washed out my first year. He watched a teammate never go to class. All he did was basketball. And Dabbich thought, okay, that's how you do it. I don't need to go to class. No, he flunked out in the first year. He went to a couple other colleges. But back then, 7 foot was pretty impressive. And the New York Knicks drafted him. And Dabbich himself said, I don't know why, because they already had 2 really tall guys. What they needed was an outside shot. Dabbich, by the way, he went to 1 year at UW. He went to Sheridan College, Montana State, and finally New Mexico State, where he played with his brother Don. Then the Knicks drafted him in the 7th round, 1966. So he was a late round draft pick. And the Knicks probably thought, well, how can an athletic 7-footer, how can we pass it up? Even though they already had Willis Reed, who is the 1965 Rookie of the Year, and Walt Bellamy, the NBA's second leading scorer. And Dabbich thought, how am I going to make this Knicks team? I didn't have the outside shot they needed. They already had big guys down low. What could my future be? But he did get to New York, and he did spend some time with the Knicks, enough time that he was able to go see performances, actually rehearsals of Fiddler on the Roof, with actor Zero Mostel playing the lead role This is the original run of Fiddler on the Roof. Can you imagine? And he watched, he said between practices, he would slip away and go to the theater and just sit in the back row in the dark and watch Zero and the whole company rehearse for Fiddler on the Roof. What a fantastic opportunity for Moose. He said also his teammates would take him out to jazz clubs in the West Village where he saw Thelonious Monk in the 1960s. Unbelievable. The opportunities he had in the 1960s. He returned the favor, by the way. Willis Reed turned him on to Thelonious Monk, and Moose Dabbich turned Willis Reed on to bow hunting in Wyoming. So it's kind of equal opportunity there. But fantastic story. Zuby, I don't know if Zuby remembers Moose, but she remembers Feelers, where I bet Moose has dined a few times. Unless they banned him, he might be forbidden to come back because of his appetite. I don't know. They certainly isn't invited on all-you-can-eat steak night. I doubt. Let's look at this day in history. This day is October 6th. Not too much happened on this day. It's kind of a quiet day in history. I thought this was Sublette, but it's a different Sublette. Philip Sublette submitted a resolution appointing Sam Houston commander-in-chief of the Texas Forces. This is the dust-up between Texas and Mexico, 1836. I saw the name Philip Sublette, and I thought, oh, Sublette County. No, that's William Sublette, and much, much earlier. 1836, Philip Sublette played a prominent role in Texas, Mexico, and the whole war down there. 1836. 1867, this day in Cheyenne, the Methodist Sabbath School was organized. In 1890, on this day, the Army abandoned Fort Bridger. And on 1955, this day in history, United Airlines Flight 409 crashed into Medicine Bow Peak, killing all 66 aboard. At that time, it was the worst airline crash in U.S. history. October 6, 1955, UA Flight 409. Crashing into Medicine Bow Peak, killing all 66. All these things happen on this day in history. Let's see what's going on in the world of rodeo. It's the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Good to have you along. Bob Tolman, the famous rodeo announcer, Hall of Famer, and he has such a mind to go back and recall things. We'll recall later on in some of our Rodeo Road shows, but right now we'll reflect on the 2025 season on the Road Show. Coming up next.
This is Rachel Gable at Western Ag Network. Ag news can be heavy, and making a living in this industry can really be challenging. We understand. If you or someone you know needs a mental health resource, the Agri-Stress Helpline has trained folks answering calls and texts to 833-897-2474. We're proud you turned to us for your ag news, and we want to remind you just how valuable you are. Be careful, and don't forget to check your cows, check your fields, and check your neighbors.
Wyoming-born and country-raised Ian Munsick takes the stage at the First Interstate Arena Thursday, October 9th to kick off the Nile Stock Show and Ranch Rodeo.
Money or a jacked up pickup line.
Ned Ledoux opens for Ian on a night built for true fans of country music and the Western way of life.
That runs through his veins. Forever a cowboy, he will remain.
Tickets available at the Metropark box office or metropark.com.
What amazes me, Bob, is and we get in the dog days of summer. You and I watch it, and we're part of it, and every single nod of the head, well, from now until a year from now, means something to these guys. You know, I mean, a fifth place finish at Kalispell, Montana could mean the difference between going to the NFR and not.
And then you have to consider the circuit opportunities in the last month of September of those trying to get in the top 12 in the Montana Summer Circuit, the Wilderness Circuit, the Southeast Circuit, the Northeast in the Frontier Circuit, California, Texas, the Wilderness Bunch in Nevada and Oregon, Washington. All of that adds another big challenge to who is going to get to go to their circuit finals, top 2 or top 12, and then to get out of the circuit finals in the top 2 to get to go to the NFR Open. I mean, it's a big system.
I'm so happy that legend is my friend, Bob Tallman, on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen. Thanks for taking us along on the Western Ag Network.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Yeah, continues after top of the hour news break. Thank you, Will. Thank you, Western Ag Network, for the rodeo update. When we come back, we'll cover again the top stories of the day on the Cowboy State Daily Show. We also have more special guests. Dale Killingback will be with us, and Seth Gruber will be joining us as well. So don't go anywhere. We still have an hour of Cowboy State Daily Show to go here on a Monday, October 6th. Let's take this break for our radio affiliates around the state. We'll see you on the other side of news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. For those who have noticed Wyoming's pronghorn, aka antelope, running wildly back and forth lately, they're not doing it for exercise, it's part of their mating ritual. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines says that during the mating season, bucks will gather up groups of does or harems and fiercely guard them.
If you ever watch it happen, it's not like how a sheepdog will round up sheep and keep them in one place. And it gets pretty intense because, of course, other bucks come in and they want to get the does too. Sometimes the bucks will tangle with each other and fight, sometimes to the point of injuring each other.
Now, Wyoming game and fish biologist and pronghorn aficionado Rich Gunzel says that ultimately the females are the ones who actually choose whom they mate with. A Wyoming brother and sister are leading the charge for a new, healthier way of unplugging while staying connected with a new computer called the Daylight DC-1. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports Tristan Scott, who is marketing the new venture from a remote location in the Upper Green River drainage, and his sister Julia Scott, who's a second-grade teacher in Cody, have emerged as two of the primary messengers for a technology they believe could fundamentally change our relationship with screens.
According to their research, the display technology in most screens that we use beams light at us in a way that affects our nervous system. The Daylight computer tablet tries to get rid of all the bad stuff about computers and keep the good utility part of it.
The company recently got a huge boost when the device was praised by popular podcaster Joe Rogan. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances. And you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
A botched election in Weston County last fall has renewed calls among some Wyomingites to ditch voting machines and count ballots by hand. Cowboy State Daily's Steve Bennell reports that the faulty 2024 election, in which House Speaker Chip Nyman received an erroneous slew of undervotes, has now amplified this discussion.
Some who support it say that the machines are not trustworthy, that they have the volunteers across the counties, across the state to do the hand counting and who are willing to do this type of work. But those who are against hand counting say we're putting the cart before the horse. Maybe we should look at baby steps and whatnot to make sure sure that we're not creating undue costs for counties, that we're not delaying results in elections.
In this upcoming legislative session, lawmakers are expected to introduce a number of bills concerning counting ballots, even though the legislators' prime focus will be on the budget. Hudson, Wyoming native Mike Dabich, a.k.a. Moose, remembers fondly crashing the boards in the NBA with basketball legends like Will Chamberlain and Bill Russell. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Dabich credits growing up and playing with native kids that gave him the skills to make it to the NBA.
He grows up playing on the Wind River reservations and learning to pass, learning to do the weave, that there are these skills by necessity that when you had outdoor courts on the reservation, it was a disadvantage to dribble because you might hit a rock or a rut. And so there was a style of play that really valued thinking a few steps ahead and doing quick think passes. And I think he credited that with some of his skills he took into the pros.
Now, even though Dabich played in the NBA traveling across the country, he came back to his hometown of Hudson where he still lives today. Cowboy State Daily's meteorologist Don Day has been studying and forecasting Wyoming's wild weather for decades. But for the next week, Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Day will be helping to keep hundreds of hot air balloons safely soaring over Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Hot air balloons are the most sensitive aircraft to weather. So if you're going to have one air balloon going up, you want to know what weather conditions you're going to be facing, let alone the over 600 balloons that go up during the balloon fiesta in Albuquerque. And Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day is in that perfect zone where he is not only an experienced meteorologist who knows Western weather and knows what to look for, he's also an experienced balloon pilot who knows the dynamics of how balloons work in the atmosphere. So he is the ideal person.
Don Day will keep his eyes on the skies during the 2025 Balloon Fiesta, an annual event that attracts balloonists and enthusiasts from around the world. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
Dale Killingbeck is with us. Cowboy State Daily show on a Monday. Let's talk, Dale.
Okay, Jake, I'm ready.
You're ready. Let's see. Where do we start? I was scared for this Wyoming Attorney General. This has been many years, but I felt like I was right there with Jim Barrett and taking a flight, and the state's pilot dies in the middle of the flight, or at least, I mean, he's experiencing something not good, and Jim Barrett has to take over the plane. This is back in, 1969, and he's the last guy inclined to be able to land a plane. Like, he admitted he's not mechanically inclined. He had no idea what he's doing, but he did make some right decisions, like not touching this button, and describe like what happened to why James Barrett found himself trying to land a plane. I don't know how. December 5th, 1969.
Yeah, it was actually December 4th when they took off, but he was going to Riverton to address a meeting. I forget what it was, Conservation and Soil District. And he had to go to Casper the next day for a court appearance. And so he asked for a state plane. and they took off from Cheyenne and they made it past Laramie and they're over, is it Bear Oil? I don't know if I'm saying that right.
Yeah.
And he looks over and he sees that the pilot is looking out the window the other way, toward the left wing. But, he doesn't think anything of it initially. And then he looks again, and he's still looking out that way. And he says, "Hey, George," and the guy does not respond. He grabs him by the shoulders and he sees that this guy is experiencing something. His face is all covered with sweat, and he tries to get him to respond. And according to what he wrote later, he said that, it looked like he was trying to say something, but he couldn't. So he thinks he's having a heart attack. And so he massages his chest and tries to help the guy, and he sees that's going nowhere. And then he looks ahead and he sees, some mountains ahead, and now he's got to make a decision, what am I going to do? The pilot has one hand on the wheel still, even though he's kind of out of it. And so he makes a decision that he's going to turn the plane around, and he looks around for instructions, some kind of manual. There's nothing in the plane. And he knows enough about a plane where the throttle is, and he knows that there's a thing that says P, which means, he didn't know what it meant, but it means the propeller pitch. And he knew that there was something about the fuel mixture, and he didn't want to touch any of those because he didn't know if one would affect the other. And so he decides to leave it all like it is. And the rudder and the brakes, he doesn't know what's rudder and what's brake. And so he decides to leave those alone. So he just takes the yoke and he turns back toward Rollins. And so begins this hours long, it was at least a couple hours that he's flying and zooming over Rollins. He finds Rollins by going to Sinclair, and then he looks at the airport and tries to approach the airport and basically buzzes the airport, and knows that, I'm going way too fast to be able to land this thing. And so at some point, the pilot begins to experience death, and he's thrashing around in the plane, and he pins him against the side of the plane as in his seat. He's pinning him over to the side. And at that point, they go down into Rollins. That was one of the times they buzz a bread truck, and the guy jumps out of the bread truck and it hits some cars. And this goes on for a little while, and then he decides to try and land the plane again at the airport. He decides that that's it, because it's getting dark now. It's approaching 4:15 or whatever. And so this is in December, so it's dark. And they clip off as he's going down. Again, the pilot starts thrashing around and moves the yoke. And so the wing of the plane clips off a power line. And amazingly, he somehow recovers the plane. And he said there was times he didn't know where the plane was at in relation to the ground. He's just trying to wrestle with the pilot and control the plane. And so he zooms off again, thinking that, okay, I'm going to try one more time. But then the plane runs out of fuel. And he never had any kind of radio contact. All this time he's broadcasting, different times he's broadcasting, but he can't hear anything from anybody. And the people I talked to said maybe he didn't release the button all the way, or something happened where it was just pushed against something that he couldn't hear out of the speaker, somebody trying to talk to him. But at this point, there's a plane flying around alongside from somebody that's on the Aeronautics Commission trying to give him signals about what to do. He understands none of that. The plane runs out of gas, and so he sees a field ahead. He goes over this farmhouse and into this field, and he makes a 3-point landing in this field, not knowing how to fly the plane. And like you said, not mechanically inclined or anything like that. Lands the plane. It bounces up in the air, comes back down, and the front wheel collapses, and now he's skidding on two wheels. And he said that the engine and the propeller are just being pushed right back into the cockpit. And he thought, okay, this is it. I'm going to die. And right then, the left wheel hits this big boulder and flips the plane over on the top. And it's kind of miraculous. That's probably what saved his life. And so now he's hanging upside down, but his head smashed into the either the wheel or the dashboard, and his whole eye is, all the bones around his eye, his left eye, are broken. His eye is pushed back in the socket 3/8 of an inch. He's bleeding all over the place, and he sees a little fire. He was unconscious, he said, for a little bit. He sees a little fire. He wakes up. He sees a little fire in the engine, and so he looks over at the pilot, sees that he's gone. So then he gets out of the plane. He undoes his seatbelt, somehow crawls out of the plane, and all these people, these cops and fire department, were all chasing him around Rollins because they know what's going on because he'd been broadcasting. And so this guy comes running up to him, and he recognizes him as being part of the Game and Fish Commission.
Yeah. He says, "Hey, Sam, how you doing?"
Yeah, that's the most amazing thing. He reaches out his hand like, "Hi, Sam, how you doing?"
"Hi, Sam. Sorry I'm late."
And he collapses right there. You
Oh,
know?
man.
And so he goes into surgery, but just an amazing, miraculous story about how he survived that crash, and goes on to be appointed to be a federal appellate court judge, and serves there for 40 years in the Denver appeals court.
Well, Jim Barrett, I think he's selling himself short on being the last guy you would think of to be a pilot, because he did make some correct decisions. He didn't touch certain things. If I saw a button that had P, I would think P, parachute. Yeah, let's hit that. He was like, oh, no, he only knew the things he knew. And he was in the air for a remarkably long time, I would imagine, to run out of fuel. And like you said, he knew to do, like we all see in the movies, you got a radio for help and they may tell you how to land that thing. And unfortunately, yeah, he must have, something happened where they could hear him, but he couldn't hear anybody else. They even sent up a plane to kind of guide him to the best airport to land, someplace that had a wide runway, and I don't know how he knew where he was. Like you and I, when we look down and see, 1969 Wyoming, barrel oil, like there's nothing down there. How do you orient yourself? He actually thought about, if I fly to Casper, there might be a better place to land, or I can turn it. Like he kind of knew where he was going. He found Rawlins. He found an airstrip. He made a couple tries at it. Ended up just buzzing the local populace and scaring them. But he made some really right decisions, and then finally crashed it.
Yeah, it could have been that, he had flown obviously over the state before, as Attorney General, and probably as an attorney, he probably flown some places with a private pilot. So he may have just known the state that way. But yeah, that's a very good point, Jake, because it's hard to understand where you're at a lot of times when you're in the air like that.
Yeah, I'm impressed with just his ability to navigate while you're also trying to fly a plane. While your pilot is working against you, he keeps jamming into the joystick or whatever. Like, oh man.
Yeah, what a terrifying.
Golly, yeah, certainly miraculous. That's what the headline said on the day back in 1969. Great story from Dowd Killingback. How about, speaking of planes, how about this, one of the revolutionary names in snow planing? I know the guy he mentioned in the Jackson Hole area. I know there's still today snow planing going on Jackson Lake. It's a popular thing. But Idaho's Helmut Weiss, I love, my favorite part of the story is this guy grew up, he just come upon as a kid a popular mechanics magazine that featured snow planes, and he thought that's what I want to do. I want to drive one, fly one, I want to build one. And he grew up in a poor family. There was no chance he was ever going to build his own snow plane, but he never quit, man. Next thing you know, he is the guy for snow planes in Swan Valley. It's a pretty neat story.
Yeah, obviously one of these guys, that just born to be an engineer or something,
Yeah.
that can figure that stuff out, and what he does, like you said, he had nothing, and, bubble gum and paper clips, and let's figure out how to make an engine, put an engine together and all this stuff, just an amazing story about ingenuity and about fortitude and accomplishing what your dream is. And he absolutely did it back in the day.
Is it his granddaughter that is quoted in the story? She talked about, the first thing I saw when I saw him in the snow plane is that's got to be so loud. That motor that is right behind you. And I think his granddaughter said, yeah, it was really loud.
Yeah. She said it was super loud. You could only communicate using hand signals. And the other thing was, even though, and back then it was probably colder, and I think the winters might have been snowier than they are now.
Yeah.
But he loved doing the open cockpit versions. He didn't really like the closed cockpit. So I don't know if he just liked, I don't know, and she said he didn't really bundle up, when he went on long excursions like into Yellowstone. He just, has a coat on and a hat, but he'd soak his feet and find some warm pool to soak his feet to warm them up.
Yeah, there's just like a photo of him driving one of them, and he's just got the fedora on with a light coat, just cruising at I don't even know how many miles an hour. Yeah. Snow planing is still a thing. There's places where, a trapper might check his traps, or it's a great way to get around, I guess. But that Jackson Hole guy, who was mentioned in that? I've heard of this guy, Abercrombie.
Yeah, I didn't. She gave me his name, and I just looked it up. But yeah, he was somebody that was involved with that big time back then.
Yeah,
but he claimed, he thought he was in there before him. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But
well, two plane stories. One the Cessna, one the snow planes. Let's completely change gears. Let's go to horseback riding. That's a lot more safer. Dale Killingbeck talks about the opportunity to teach people horse riding skills from the ground up, like from leading your horse to riding a horse to eventually they buy a horse from you. Cody's Meredith Zajac runs the Wyoming Horsemanship Academy, and she's got a lot of students, especially because of Yellowstone. Everybody wants to be a cowboy.
Yeah, what was interesting to me is, transplants, people that moved to the state like me, and they just we're in Wyoming, there's lots of horses, and just the whole thing about cowboy shows as a kid and all of that, wanting to become a cowboy or cowgirl. And the people I talked to, 3 different places, they all said, yep, they have a lot of people, a lot of adults coming, wanting to learn, not just to ride, but to be able to, care for a horse and eventually own a horse. And so that is a big thing in Wyoming. And what Meredith told me, I thought that was a cool analogy, was like, if you're living by a lake, if you're living by, like I used to in Michigan, you want to learn how to swim, right? And you want your kids to know how to swim. And she was saying that it's kind of the same. She thinks it's kind of the same thing in Wyoming. When you see all the cowboys and the horses, you want to learn how to ride.
Yeah. If you grow up, on or near a lake, you want to be a boat owner one day, maybe a horse owner one day, if the case is Wyoming and you're around horses all the time. It seems like the people that Meredith sees and works with are more than just wanting to get through a 2 or 3 hour ride as a dude. Like, they really want to be immersed in all things horses. I want to learn all of it. How do you saddle it? How do you lead it somewhere? How do you maybe one day own a horse? They're really into it. They want to go all the way.
Yeah, and some of them went, they went to the vet with Meredith. Meredith they learned about, things to look for in a horse, like colic and things like that. So yeah, they want to know how to own a horse and take care of a horse properly.
Interesting. Yeah, it's big business in Wyoming, certainly in the aftermath of Yellowstone, the show. Let's go up. Let's see. Where are we go? Is this in Montana? No, the singer. I want to talk about this singer. I really am rooting for Mandy. I don't know if she's going to sing again, but she is going to be missed, certainly, from her job teaching. What is she? Teaches.
She teaches the choir and singing, not the band part, but she teaches that through all the grades in Cowley, Wyoming, in the school district there, Bighorn number 1.
Right, Cowley. Okay. Yeah,
and so she is currently in a hospital in the ICU, and she had been seemingly getting better, and then she had like a relapse. And so the school just had a volleyball game to raise some funds to help with medical expenses for the family. And from people I talked to, she made a big impact, in the school. She's been there about 20 years, and she's led, programs, choirs, drama, musicals, those kind of things. She's been like a key person in this small little district, big influence in the district, and very well missed right now.
Just a natural ear for music, musician, singer, just gifted in that way. But Mandy's had health problems like her whole life, beginning back when she was 12 years old. She eventually had to give up playing piano, and she had singing left, and now doesn't have even the singing. I just feel horrible for Mandy, but yeah, she is missed wherever she's been. Hopefully. So what's the prognosis? Is she still in the hospital? Will she get out? And will she sing?
Yeah, that's unknown at this point. Her sister told me that, the doctor said she's not getting better, but she's not getting worse. So she's holding her own. That was the last that I heard. And that was the end of last week. So that's what we know right now. But will she sing again? I think there's definitely potential for that, that she will be able to sing again, but we just don't know for sure. But I'm sure that's her desire. And if you have that kind of desire, that can overcome a lot. Your will can help a lot, right?
Yeah. Dale, great stories. I appreciate you dropping in this Monday. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Jake.
Have a great day. Dale Killingback, his story about planes, the Wyoming AG who had to take over controls of the Cessna when his pilot died mid-flight. He was able to kind of controlled crash landing in Rawlins and survive miraculously. What a harrowing experience that had to be for Jim Barrett. Then meet the man who it was his dream to build snowplanes, and he made it come true, doggone it. Idaho's Helmut Weiss in Swan Valley just crewed that, that loud snowplane you just heard streaking by. That's just Helmut in his latest snowplane invention. Dale's story about Wyoming ranches cashing in on teaching people to ride. How about the Wyoming Horsemanship Academy, run by Meredith Zajac, as she immerses people in all things horse? How do you vet them? How do you ride them? How do you attack them? All that stuff. Great stories from Dale Killingback. Let's take a break. We're coming right back at you after this on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs! We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savebythescan.org.
I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Welcome back. Monday, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Seth Gruber is scheduled to join us. We're going to talk about the 1916 project set for release on Daily Wire Plus. That's coming up, I think, in a week or so. The debut of this explosive film exploring the racist history of Planned Parenthood founder Margaret Sanger, her ties to eugenics and to Adolf Hitler, and what that means for the radical, deadly modern-day implications of Planned Parenthood, abortion, all that stuff. 1916 project. I was about to play the trailer and then I got sidetracked. But this film debuts coming up in October 17th, maybe? I know it's coming soon. Yeah, I really need Seth to walk me through this. October 16th, okay. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm not sure where Seth is. Let me check my Zoom room. I do not see him. So instead, we're going to pivot. Always ready to be nimble on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Let's see what Ray Hageman's doing over at Wyoming Game and Fish.
Deer hunters. Season date changes in southeast Wyoming and a few boundary changes in the Cody region. This is the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman. Stay tuned. The Wyoming Game and Fish is reminding the public of later season dates for several deer hunt areas in southeast Wyoming. These date shifts are a result of multiple years of public feedback gathered during the season setting process. General license season dates for deer hunt areas 15, 59, and 64, along with Type 2 and Type 6 licenses in areas 59 and 64, will be October 20th through the 31st this year. These areas are within non-resident regions T and J. In the past, the general season for Hunt Area 15 ran October 1st through the 14th, followed by general seasons for Hunt Areas 59 and 64 from October 15th through the 31st. That resulted in a lot of hunters hopping from one area to another, often contributing to feelings of overcrowding. Keaton Weber, Laramie District biologist and former Wheatland District biologist, says some of these areas haven't changed in more than 30 years, so these dates are a significant shift. But he says our conversations with landowners and hunters showed us it was time for something different. Game and Fish is reminding deer hunters of a recent boundary change to deer hunt areas 106 and 109 northwest of Cody. The eastern boundary of deer hunt area 106 has changed and now follows Dead Indian Creek. The switchbacks on Chief Joseph Highway east of Dead Indian Creek are now part of Deer Hunt Area 109, which is a limited quota area. Cody Region wildlife biologist Tony Mong says the east boundary was adjusted primarily to address safety concerns during the later portion of a general season in Deer Hunt Area 106. He says, in addition, the public expressed concerns about fair chase issues in this area along the highway and brought this to our attention multiple times. Game and Fish proposed the boundary change back in March during the season-setting process. The change was approved by the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission in June, and it's now in effect. For legal boundary descriptions, be sure to check out page 42 of the 2025 Wyoming Game and Fish Deer Regulations. This has been the Wyoming Outdoorsman, brought to you by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
It is. And here's where we're going next. Some of the top stories in the Cowboy State Daily, according to the Facebook feedback. I love reading comments on the stories to get a sense of what really is exciting people, what people are reading the most. Heather says this of the story of Sydney Cap. Sydney is one of two Wyomingites who will be on the 4th season of that TV trivia show, The Floor. Rob Lowe hosts it. Rob Lowe is actually pretty good at hosting. I've really come to appreciate his work as an actor as well. He started off as like one of them brat packers, right? Just some pretty boy, but he's got some acting chops. He's a funny guy, and he's really engaging. I've seen the show. I only peek over my wife's shoulder. She watches it once in a while. The Floor. Some people are crazy about it. It's getting more and more popular. It's on the Fox network, and they just finished taping season 4, I guess 4th season. I can't believe it's got 4 seasons in the books already. They taped it over in Ireland. We have that inside intel from Sydney Cap. Sydney shared with the Cowboy State Daily what it was like to be on the show, one of two Wyomingites competing on the show, where 100 contestants stand on a floor, on tiles on a floor. And I don't really know how it works, but they're called up to be tested in their trivia. Heather on Facebook comments, I absolutely love this show. Best game show I've ever watched. Good luck to the Wyoming contestants. Their taping is done. The season's over. Sydney was not able to divulge everything that happened on season 4 of The Floor, but she did say, stay tuned for some juicy stuff. And the show's producers said it was the best yet, and Wyoming factors prominently in the show. So you might want to check it out and see how Wyoming shows up on The Floor. Also, we had that story about a brother-sister combo that come up with a healthier way of staring into your computer screen. In fact, they revolutionized the computer screen. It's not the blue light that you get. It's not the flickering. Like, this screen is good for your eyes and good for your brain. It's called the Daylight Computer. And a shout out from Joe Rogan, the Joe Rogan Experience, his popular podcast, boosted sales and boosted orders for sales. So really rooting for this Wyoming homegrown brother and sister combo that are taking on basically the computer giants of the world and doing it in a small fashion, but making a big splash. Joe Rogan raved about it on his show. He said, hey, this is a screen that doesn't F my eyes up. Alan had this to say on the Facebook. He said, nothing good about Rogan at all ever. He's not even nothing. Boy, Alan, tell us how you really feel. I hope you're a fan of the Cowboy State Daily Show. My goodness. Also, the story, David Madison, about the Casper startup called Maneuver that is hoping to replace some of the institutional knowledge of those retiring in the patch. These roughneck techs they have so much experience. They're able to anticipate tools breaking, for instance. They can almost hear when a belt is about ready to go, a pump belt slipping. The guys like this are retiring, and they're going to be replaced by who? There's not a next generation, really, of some of these oil patch techs in the field. So what if AI takes over that job? Brilliant. Doug Kennick has the idea. It's called Maneuver. And he said this AI will be able to perform many tasks currently done by experienced roughneck techs in the oil and gas fields. Larry on Facebook says, well, is this AI going to tote that 40-inch pipe wrench and spud bar? Good point. AI is not going to be able to do everything in the patch. That's for sure. What else? We should... I'm going to take a break right after this. I did want to let you in on the latest USA Today story, which rated fast food by a variety of all drive-through fast food, rated by speed, how good the food is, and stuff like that, satisfaction, how accurate your order was taken. And I have to say, the study looked at all the top fast food joints across the country: McDonald's, Burger King, Taco Bell. But the study only divulged the top 3 in every category, or sometimes the top 5. And many of the most popular chains were not represented, probably because they didn't rank. For instance, in this study, drive-thru found the top performers in each category, one being speed. And the fastest to fulfill your order in the drive-thru, Taco Bell, with an average of 4 minutes, 16-second total time from order to driving away. Kentucky Fried Chicken placed second, 4 minutes, 21 seconds on average. And Tim Hortons, very popular in Canada, they came in at 4:25. How about satisfaction? Fast isn't everything. You also got to be satisfied with the food. Satisfaction, top score, Chick-fil-A, 98%. I'm not surprised by that. Dutch Brothers also with a 98% satisfaction rating, and Arby's came in at 93% to round out the top 3. What about accuracy and order? How many times have you been behind the dude that when he's handed his bag has to stay in line while he checks it to make sure they really did put 3 ketchups in there? And had blue cheese sauce, he's got to go through the whole bag. And you're like, come on, dude, can't you pull over and do that somewhere else? Well, the reason you got to double check the bag is mistakes are made, and accuracy. It's important in your fast food drive-through. Dutch Brothers placed top spot, 96% score for accuracy. And then the list really drops off. Burger King, they were second best accurate, but they only got it right 88% of the time. Same with Wendy's, 88% accuracy, still good enough to hold down a tie for the second place spot. Chick-fil-A, 87% of the time they got your order correct. They come in at third. How about just food quality? Raising Cane scored 100%. I don't know what Raising Cane is. I don't think we have a Raising Cane in our neck of the woods. Maybe it's a southern thing? Raising Cane Chicken Fingers Restaurant Company. The company, named after one of the founders' dogs, founded in 1996 in Baton Rouge. I knew it was going to be southern. Yeah, Raising Cane gets a 100% food quality score. Arby's came in second with 99%, and Dutch Brothers 99% as well. Just rating today's top fast food drive-through restaurants. Who's the best, who's the fastest, etc. Let's take that final break and make a run for the finish line. In the last hour of the Cowboy State Daily Show, Monday edition. We'll be right back.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
I liked his story from Anna Louise Jackson, Cowboy State Daily. Can curling actually catch on in the U.S.? Rocky Mountain fans say yes. Curling. You know, with the rock and the sweepers and the scuffers. I don't know what the tools are. I should know because I talked to one of the curling dudes. We had him on the show. I can't remember his name, but I don't think it was the same guy who's featured in this story by Anna Louise Jackson. I can't remember if it was Lee Banville. I don't think so. No, Lee Banville is with the Missoula Curling Club, now the largest in Montana. and the sport catching on in the United States in the Rocky Mountain region. I think it is. I think there is anecdotal evidence that curling is starting to become popular down south here. It's popular in Canada because they have 10 months of winter all year. What else are you going to do? You can't all play hockey. And maybe when you're too old for hockey or you want to take up a sport that takes place on ice and you can still hold your beer at the same time, it's a weird Scottish game, Scottish roots to it. But I talked to like the curling, there's a national organization that involves curling. I talked to one of the top dudes of curling, let's just say that. And he was explaining the sport. It was fascinating. I should find that interview and play that again. It was so fun. Because I did ask him the intricacies of the winter sport that we all know. We all know it from the Olympics. That's about it. It's the only time you've ever encountered curling, right? Unless you're in a curling club, and you might be because it's getting more and more popular. Lee Banville said what he likes about it is the people in curling are so welcoming. He said it's not an elitist sport. Whoever wants to play this weird Scottish game is welcome. And that's what I heard from the guy I interviewed about curling. It's just so welcoming. It's so, like, it's not real cliquey, you know? If you want to go down to your local ice rink, and if they have some kind of curling club or curling endeavor, they're super welcoming. They love to show you how it works. Be inquisitive. If you don't know anything, they'll start you from scratch. If you do know some things, they'll meet you where you are. Curling, yeah, it involves a 4-person team, which I didn't know. I thought it was just one person who slides the rock, and you got to get it to land like in a circle there, sort of like the Italian version of bocce ball, but it's on ice. And then there's 2 people with the brooms and the scrapers, and they're trying to either slow down or speed up the rock, and they're also influencing where the rock goes. They can make it curve, because when you release the rock, you have a spin on it, and then your 2 helpers who are doing sweeping and scraping, whatever you call them, they are actually influencing where the rock ends up. And then there's a 4th team member I didn't know about. They're the ones calling the shots on the team. They're the ones telling the 2 guys with the brooms, or gals, make it go farther left, slow it down, speed it up. You got one guy who's sort of quarterbacking the whole operation. And then in competition, everybody changes places. So if you have one person who's really good gliding the rock, well, they're only going to get to do it once. Then they got to go be a sweeper, or the quarterback dude who's calling everything. It's really interesting. There's a lot to it. It's a very social sport, as pointed out by Anna Louise Jackson in her story, Can Curling Actually Catch On in the U.S.? Those already involved in curling clubs in the Rocky Mountains say, yes, the sport of curling is migrating south. Dale Killingback's story over the weekend we didn't pick up. Still don't have a lot of answers here, but we know 2 are dead in apparent murder-suicide at a Casper home. Cops responded late Friday night, called a 911, reported gunshots. The caller reported that a woman's former boyfriend had shot her mother and then himself. Casper PD arrived, confirmed Saturday that both people involved in the shooting at a local home in Casper Friday evening are both dead. Both were sent to the hospital in an effort to save their lives, but both ended up dying. And it does appear to be, according to police spokesperson Rebecca Ladd, a case of murder-suicide. A male shooter and his female victim both dead as a result of the incident Friday night in Casper on the 500 block of CY Avenue. Still don't have ID on either involved, but I'm sure Dale Killingback will get that when he can. Renee Jean's story about this rural health facility in Gillette, hoping to be the next Mayo Clinic, or at least the Mayo Clinic of Wyoming. Hoskinson Health and Wellness Clinic in Gillette is way beyond a hospital. They are pretty unique, full-service medical care. Patty Hoskinson was given Renee Jean the royal tour when she got to the very end, and she saved the best for last. She said, wait till you see this. And Renee said it looked like something out of a Star Wars movie. And Patty Hoskinson, who's founded this medical facility, said, "Where can I beam you up to?" She said with a sly grin. She said, "Welcome to the Vector." She said, "The Mayo Clinic has the first one of these ever made. We have the second. There's only two in existence, one at the Mayo Clinic, like the Mayo Clinic, and this one at Hoskinson." What it is it's a device like a capsule where you go in, and it has 95 cameras in all. And the cameras take photographs, real-time photos of your skin. You strip down to your underwear, and in 30 seconds, this device called the Vector will take pictures of your skin and particularly identify every mole or mark on your body. And then in real time, using artificial intelligence, the Vector can decide whether that mole or that mark on your body is good or bad. It'll tell you if you should have it removed, or it'll tell you if everything's okay and you can come in and get in the Vector in another year. Melanoma, one of the most common cancers in the U.S., each year more than 8,000 people die because it was not noticed in time. That's just one of the things they can do and are doing at Hoskinson, the Mayo Clinic of the West, Hoskinson Health and Wellness. They have high and mighty plans, and Renee Jean was happy to get the tour. It sounded like this, Renee talking to our own Mac.
Hoskinson Health and Wellness Clinic in Gillette believes it can be the Mayo Clinic of the West. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean got an exclusive tour of the new facility and reports what sets this clinic apart is its mission statement. It's all about the patient.
It's a more personalized experience. They have different levels. There are lots of private procedures that insurance doesn't cover yet. They're quote unquote experimental, but the studies have shown good results, like transcranial stimulation is an example. That's shown great efficacy for depression and things like that. I don't think I've ever been to a medical clinic where there are so many conversation starters everywhere you look. It's almost like it's a museum plus a hospital.
A spokesperson for the clinic tells Cowboy State Daily that, like most medical facilities, saving lives is the primary aim of the Hoskinson Health and Wellness Clinic. They just want to do it in a much bigger way than most medical centers in the country.
Yeah, good luck to them. Transcranial what? Renee Jean pulling out all the science in her brain. But yeah, I hope this place does really well. That could put Gillette on the map. Not that Gillette's not already on the map, but Hoskinson, a rural health facility in Gillette, hoping to be Wyoming's version of the Mayo Clinic. And I am already, as of earlier this morning, is the latest subscriber to Our Wyoming Life, the YouTube channel. And it's growing and growing. In fact, it is the state's largest ag YouTube channel. Erin Galloway took over. Her and her husband, who's now an ex-husband, launched that channel in 2024, and then the split came, and Erin's on her own now. But one thing she was sure about, maybe not necessarily the husband, but she was sure to keep the channel going. She really enjoys inviting different viewers into her home, into her ranch, into her lifestyle. She's raising 3 kids, running a cattle operation, and doing a lot at her spread just south of Gillette. Erin Galloway is now the sole host of Our Wyoming Life, and it looks really cool. Whether you're into ag, that might be your thing, or whether you just like viewing something that seems so foreign to you because you're a big city person. I don't know, but it's pretty neat what she's doing, and it's no wonder. She has an engaging way.
Here on the ranch. I'm Erin. I've got my friend Carrie with. Michelle and Jeff are out on 4-wheelers, and then Chris is back in the corrals waiting for us to bring everybody in. We're going to start the day by bringing.
She's just a natural.
And then get them all sorted.
She's really, she's what you would call watchable. Sometimes there's an actor or some kind of personality that they don't have any charisma or magic. She's just really watchable, Erin Galloway. And I love it. I'm just a new fan of the YouTube channel that's growing. I think she's got like 240,000 something subscribers and followers. Erin Galloway's Our Wyoming Life, popular YouTube channel. David Madison featured Erin and that channel, and it's pretty cool. We got a little YouTube channel as well. We are Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We're also on radio stations across the state, syndicated wherever you are. We're on X, Facebook, and run the whole show back on the podcast wherever you find your favorite podcasts. That's going to do it for us for a Monday. We'll see you same time tomorrow on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.